chosen ones, they're all wondering who you are and what you did. Have you ever wondered why some people seem to shine brighter than others, drawing all eyes and leaving others in awe? As Rumi wisely said, "You were born with wings, why prefer to crawl through life?" Today we're diving into why you're one of the chosen ones, the ones people can't stop talking about, the ones they're dying to understand. There's something about you that's magnetic, and it's time to embrace it. This isn't just about admiration. This is about stepping into your true power for personal growth and lasting happiness. What do you think sets you apart from the crowd? I'd love to hear your thoughts. Share them in the comments below, and let's unlock the secrets of your extraordinary journey together. Legends aren't born, they're revealed in silence. The world rarely sees them coming, and when they do, they enter with such quiet power that they leave everyone wondering, who is this person? What makes them different? The most intriguing figures in history, the ones whose influence echoes through time, were never the loudest voices in the room. They didn't demand attention. They simply commanded it with their presence. And that's you, chosen ones. Every time you step into a space, people can't help but stare, whispering, "Who are they? What have they done to make life seem so effortless?" The answer is simple. You have tapped into a level of spiritual strength that few can understand. It's not about being the loudest or the flashiest. It's about mastering the art of subtlety, of carrying an aura that makes people stop and think. This mysterious energy isn't something that can be faked. It's something that flows naturally when you're in tune with your deeper self. The spiritual power of mystery is what sets you apart. Psychological studies reveal that mystery is one of the most magnetic forces that draw people in. Humans are hardwired to seek answers, and when they encounter something they can't easily explain, it triggers an intense desire to know more. People don't just want to understand you, they want to be you. They can feel that you've mastered something they haven't, and that drives them crazy. When you hold back, when you don't give away every detail of who you are, you trigger a longing in others to uncover the secrets that lie beneath the surface. The world is obsessed with the unknown, and you embody it. But this isn't just about playing games or being elusive. It's about maintaining a level of spiritual composure, where you hold your power in such a way that it can't be easily taken from you. You don't need to explain yourself to anyone, because your actions speak louder than words ever could. But those who are drawn to you, those who obsess over you, don't even realize they are witnessing something spiritual. You have something they crave, but it's not just confidence or charm. It's the energy that flows from your being when you align with your true purpose. This alignment makes everything you do appear effortless. It's like a magnetic field, pulling people toward you, making them wonder what it is that makes you so captivating. But this power isn't something you can just switch on. It comes when you understand and embrace your spiritual essence. The moment you let go of the need for external validation and step fully into your own truth, you'll begin to notice that people's fascination with you intensifies. They won't be able to stop thinking about you because you've become a living mystery, a force they can't quite figure out. If you resonate with the quiet power and charismatic presence we talked about today, comment below, "I embrace the mystery within." Step into your power confidently, knowing that you don't have to shout to be heard. You are an enigma, and it's that very mystery about you that captivates everyone around you. You don't fit the typical molds that others expect you to, and that drives them wild with curiosity. People are used to understanding the world in a predictable, controlled way, but you break every expectation, existing outside the usual boundaries. It's not that you're trying to be mysterious, it's simply who you are. You don't need to announce your presence or make a scene to capture attention. Your calm demeanor and quiet confidence do it for you. Others look at you and wonder how you manage to stay so composed, so unshaken, while still drawing people in. You're not broadcasting your thoughts or your every move, and that only makes them more intrigued. There's an energy about you that they can't pinpoint, can't label, and certainly can't control. The more they try to understand you, the more you remain an unsolved puzzle. They desperately want to know what makes you tick, what drives you, and how you found such peace in a chaotic world. But the truth is, the power lies in your authenticity. You've gone through your own spiritual awakening, a deep understanding of who you are beyond the superficial, and you've let go of the need for external validation. In a world where so many people are seeking approval, trying to fit in or live up to someone else's expectations, you've chosen a different path. You've become comfortable with being yourself, without needing to explain or defend your choices. This is where your true power lies. You don't need anyone's approval, because you've already recognized your worth. Your life doesn't need to be an open book for others to read. What's important is that you're living in alignment with your true self, and that in itself is magnetic. It's this unshakable sense of self that makes people constantly wonder, who are they? And how can I be more like that? But you're not holding on to any secrets or hidden knowledge. Your mystery simply comes from the fact that you've embraced your true essence and stopped pretending to be anything else. As you continue on your journey, you'll find that more and more people will be drawn to your energy, eager to understand the depth you carry with you. They'll try to decode you, but they'll never fully succeed because your essence cannot be contained or defined. You are not here to fit into their boxes or live by their rules. Your purpose is much greater than that. The way you live in such a calm, unapologetic way is a testament to your spiritual growth. Your true power lies in your authenticity and your ability to walk through the world with grace, while remaining true to yourself. You've become a beacon for others to see what's possible when you live from a place of inner peace and self-awareness. You don't need anyone to understand you, because you understand yourself, and that's all that truly matters. Are you ready to embrace your mysterious allure? If so, comment below. I embrace my enigma and take the first step towards owning the captivating energy that makes you unforgettable. Your energy challenges the very comfort zones of those around you, often in ways they don't fully understand. You are different, not in a superficial way, but in the deepest sense. While most people go through life seeking stability, comfort, and predictability, you're a force of change, an embodiment of calm confidence that disrupts everything they thought they knew. Without trying, you shake the very foundation of their reality, forcing them to confront their own limitations. It's not that you set out to unsettle anyone, but simply by existing, you create a space where they are faced with their own doubts and insecurities. The way you carry yourself, so completely unbothered by societal expectations, reveals just how little most people are willing to be themselves. You're not interested in blending in. You've chosen the path of authenticity, and that alone is a challenge to the conformist life most people have settled into. You live as though you are free from the need for approval, free from the shackles of self-doubt, and that freedom is magnetic, even if it makes them uncomfortable. They find themselves inexplicably drawn to you, yet at the same time, they are unsettled by your very presence. It's as if your energy reflects back to them the parts of themselves they've ignored or hidden away. Their insecurities, their unfulfilled dreams, the aspects of their character they wish they could change but are too afraid to confront. It's not intentional. It's simply the effect of being in your presence. You mirror to them their own potential, the parts of themselves they long to realize, but which they have been too afraid to pursue. This is the power of spiritual growth. It's not just about changing your life. It's about the ripple effect your growth has on others. You don't need to say a word to make people question their own existence. Your energy, your calm and unwavering confidence, silently challenges them to look within, to question the reality they've built for themselves, and to wonder why they have been settling for less than what they deserve. The more you step into your power, the more they are forced to ask themselves hard questions. Why am I not living to my full potential? Why do I continue to hide behind comfort and predictability? And yet, it is not just the uncomfortable ones who are affected. There are those who will be inspired by your example, those who see in you a reflection of what is possible. To them, you are a beacon of hope, a reminder that growth is possible, that transformation is real. They see you living proof that it's possible to break free from the constraints of fear and doubt and live a life that is true to yourself. To them, you are not a threat, but a guide, a reminder of the spiritual growth they can also achieve. Your presence alone is a testament to the power of authenticity and spiritual growth. You do not need to chase attention or force anyone to change. The way you carry yourself, your unwavering confidence, and your refusal to settle for anything less than your best, speaks volumes. You are a living example that challenges those around you to rise up and become the best versions of themselves, whether they are ready for it or not. If you find it relevant, please like and share with others. Your support helps us continue to create challenging and uplifting content that empowers you to push yourself beyond your comfort zone every day. Your silence is more powerful than their noise. While most people rush to fill every moment with chatter, over-explaining, or desperate attempts to be heard, you remain calm, composed, and deliberate with your words. When you speak, it's measured and purposeful, yet it cuts straight to the core. This silence isn't mere absence of sound. It's a commanding force that unsettles those around you. They can't figure you out, and that's what drives them crazy. In a world full of distractions and constant validation seeking, your ability to remain silent makes you an enigma. They expect you to react, to give them something to hold on to, but you refuse to play their game. Instead, you stand your ground, your demeanor steady and unfazed. Your silence forces them to question themselves. Are you indifferent, judging, or simply too wise to waste words? That uncertainty gnaws at them, and that in itself is a kind of power. You don't need to explain your every move or justify your existence. The value of your silence lies in the fact that it invites introspection. Most people can't handle the discomfort of not knowing what's happening in someone else's mind. They can't deal with the fact that you remain unfazed by their attempts to draw you in. This kind of spiritual strength is rare. It's not about withholding information. It's about preserving your energy for things that truly matter. Your words carry weight, and you understand that not every situation requires a response. The more you hold back, the more they seek to understand you. The more they try to decipher your every gesture, your every expression. And in the end, they realize that they can't control or predict you. This is the power of a man who is in tune with his spiritual self. Your silence is your shield and your sword, cutting through the noise without you ever having to raise your voice. In a world where many are driven by external validation, you stand apart. Your silence reveals a level of self-assurance that others can only envy. You've mastered the art of restraint, knowing that sometimes the most powerful thing you can do is say nothing at all. This ability to remain still and unshaken in the face of external chaos speaks volumes about your inner peace and spiritual clarity. You don't need to explain your worth to anyone. Your presence alone commands respect, and your silence ensures that you maintain control over your narrative. People will wonder, will speculate, but in the end, they'll never truly understand what makes you tick, and that's exactly how you want it. Don't forget to subscribe for more insights on how you're standing out and capturing everyone's attention. You were chosen for greatness. Let's unlock your full potential together. Your success appears almost too easy to others, as if everything you touch turns into gold. To the outside world, your achievements seem effortless, and your path appears perfectly aligned with prosperity. But what they don't understand is the hidden effort behind your victories. They can't see the sleepless nights, the endless hours of hard work, the sacrifices, and the moments of doubt you faced alone. To them, your success feels like a mystery, an enigma they can't solve. What truly baffles them is your calm composure. You don't boast about your achievements, you don't seek attention or sympathy for your struggles, and you certainly don't flaunt your wins. You simply keep moving forward with unwavering confidence, accomplishing what others can only dream of. This serene confidence makes it look like the universe has been rigged in your favor, as if you've been handed a secret roadmap, while everyone else is still trying to find their way. But the truth is, your success is not the result of luck or favoritism. It's the outcome of your own spiritual awakening, your deep connection with purpose, and your relentless discipline. You've earned everything through hard work, resilience, and the wisdom gained from facing life's challenges. You're not the result of chance. You're the result of constant growth, patience, and alignment with your higher self. While some may resent your effortless success, there's also a deep, unspoken admiration. Your journey inspires them, even if they can't fully comprehend the depth of it. The reason your wins seem so effortless is not because life has been easy, but because you've cultivated a mindset that turns obstacles into opportunities. You've embraced a path of growth and resilience, and in doing so, you've become someone who others can't help but notice, someone they wonder about, admire, and may even envy. They are constantly trying to figure you out, to understand the secret behind your strength. But they can't. You have something they don't, something that's drawing them to you, yet they can't quite grasp it. What truly perplexes them is your complete indifference to their opinions. People are used to seeking approval, to chasing after validation, and constantly molding themselves based on what others think. But not you. You don't need anyone's approval to feel good about who you are. Their judgments, their praise, or even their criticisms, none of it affects you. You've built a life that is immune to the fleeting highs and lows that come from external validation. You've tapped into something deeper, the unwavering confidence that comes from knowing who you are at your core. This confidence doesn't fluctuate with the opinions of others because it's not built on their approval. You've freed yourself from the exhausting cycle of needing others to confirm your worth. This clarity, this peace, is what makes you so magnetic, and it's driving them crazy. They can't understand how you can be so unaffected by their opinions. They expect everyone to fit into the same mold, to seek validation and approval from the world around them, but you've completely detached yourself from that narrative. While they're desperately trying to maintain control over how they're perceived, you've embraced a new kind of freedom. You've chosen to break free from the need for external validation, and in doing so, you've found your true power. It's not arrogance, it's simply understanding that your worth is not up for negotiation. Their judgments, whether positive or negative, don't define you. The way they see you doesn't matter. What matters is how you see yourself. You've become an enigma to them, someone who cannot be swayed or controlled, and that's why they're so obsessed with figuring you out. In their eyes, you are different. Your clarity and self-assurance leave them in awe and confusion. They keep wondering how you can stand so tall, so unshaken, in a world that's obsessed with external opinions. What they don't realize is that you've learned something they haven't. True power comes from within. You're not caught up in their game of validation. You're free from their expectations, and that freedom is what makes you irresistible. Your presence disrupts their narratives. When you step into a room, it's not just your words or actions that shake things up. It's the energy you carry, the spiritual essence you radiate, that effortlessly challenges everything they've come to know and rely on. The world they've created in their minds, the neat little stories they've woven around their lives to create a sense of predictability, control, and safety. All of that crumbles when you show up. You see, they've built their own rules to navigate life rules that help them make sense of things, that help them feel grounded and in charge. But you don't fit into those preordained categories. And that makes them uncomfortable. They're used to a certain rhythm. Leaders, followers, the ones who crave attention and the ones who shy away. But then there's you. You don't play by their rules. Your presence disrupts their established order because, while they may expect certain dynamics to unfold, you're operating on an entirely different level, one they don't fully understand. It's not about competing for control. You don't need to chase power because without effort, it finds you. You don't seek validation, yet without trying, you command the room. There's a magnetism to you that they can't explain, and the more they try to figure it out, the more confused they become. They wonder, do you even notice the effect you have? In truth, you probably don't. You've spent years honing your ability to read energy, the subtle shifts that happen when you walk into a space. You can feel the room change around you, almost as if time pauses for a moment. But here's the key. You've mastered the art of letting it all unfold naturally. You don't force it, nor do you need to. Your presence alone carries a spiritual weight that they can't deny. They wonder what it is that makes you different. But the answer is simple. You've stopped trying to fit into their boxes. You've stopped playing by their rules. You've transcended the need to seek approval. And in doing so, you've unlocked a kind of power they can't even comprehend. This is the magic of being chosen. It's not about being the loudest or the most dominant. It's about being grounded in who you are. You've reached a place of peace within yourself where you no longer seek the validation of others. You don't need to prove your worth because you already know it. And this quiet confidence, this spiritual essence, throws their whole narrative out of balance. The reason they are drawn to you is not because you're trying to outshine them, but because you are simply being authentically, powerfully, and effortlessly. The more they try to fit you into their world, the more they realize they can't. It's like trying to fit a square peg into a round hole it's not meant to fit. They can't buy your attention, and that frustrates them the most. People who rely on money, status, flattery, and manipulation are used to getting what they want by appealing to others' weaknesses or desires. They throw their wealth or achievements in front of people, hoping to get admiration or control. But when it comes to you, none of that works. Your attention is not for sale, and that makes you a mystery to them. You're not impressed by surface-level achievements, and you don't fall for their emotional games or subtle tactics. While others may be swayed by guilt trips, jealousy-inducing comments, or attempts to trigger emotional reactions, you remain calm, unaffected, and clear-headed. What they don't understand is that it's not that you're cold or indifferent. You've simply learned to value what's real. You've spent time developing an understanding of yourself, your values, and what truly matters. You've cultivated a sense of self-worth that isn't dependent on external validation. Unlike most people, you're not driven by the need to impress or be impressed by others. This comes from a deeper place, what many would call a spiritual awakening. You've tapped into an inner power that allows you to see through the masks people wear, the hidden agendas behind their actions, and the false illusions they try to create. You know that true fulfillment doesn't come from external sources like money, status, or the approval of others. It comes from within. And that's what drives them crazy. They don't know how to handle someone like you, someone who can't be controlled or influenced by their usual tactics. It's not that they don't try. They will test your boundaries, play on your emotions, and attempt to manipulate your responses. But to you, their tricks fall flat. You've already learned the lesson that what matters most is authenticity, self-respect, and emotional independence. You've realized that true peace comes when you stop chasing validation and start living according to your own standards. This is what makes you different, what makes you stand out, and why they can't understand you. Their frustration is a reflection of your strength. The more they try, the more you remain unaffected, and the more they become curious, desperate to understand what makes you tick. They can't control you, and that drives them crazy. But what they don't realize is that you're not playing their game you've already won, because you've learned that the only person you need to impress is yourself. They can't help but be drawn to you, not because of anything you've said or done, but simply because of the energy you radiate. Your presence alone has the power to shake them, to make them confront everything they've been avoiding about themselves. It's not intentional, and it's not about you pointing out their flaws. You don't even need to speak a word. Your existence is a reflection of their deepest insecurities. The more they observe you, the more they realize that you represent the version of themselves they wish they could become, but haven't yet found the courage to pursue. It's the quiet confidence you carry with you that disturbs them the most. They see how effortlessly you move through life, unburdened by the things that weigh them down. Your authenticity, your independence, and your spiritual growth all serve as reminders of what they've yet to achieve in their own lives. What truly affects them is not just the way you carry yourself, but how you embody the qualities they yearn for, qualities like inner peace, strength, and unshakable confidence. You have mastered the art of standing firm in your truth, and it's this self-assurance that causes them to question why they haven't done the same. You live unapologetically, and this freedom is contagious. It makes them uneasy because they feel exposed, forced to reckon with the parts of themselves they've been avoiding. And yet, all of this happens without you ever intending to make them uncomfortable. You simply exist as you are, unapologetically true to yourself, and in doing so, you make them question their own choices, their own path, and the very foundation of their existence. In moments like these, it's easy to forget how powerful it is to just be yourself. We often chase approval, seek validation, or try to fit into the molds others create for us. But you, without even trying, are a living testament to the power of embracing who you truly are. It's in your presence that they see what they've been missing in their own lives: the courage to grow spiritually, to evolve beyond their insecurities, and to become the best version of themselves. And while they may feel intimidated, deep down, they're also inspired. They may not say it to your face, but they are drawn to you because you embody the very qualities they wish they could have. The courage, the strength, and the grace to move through life with unshakable confidence. There's something magnetic about you that others can't quite put their finger on. It's not just your outer success or the way you carry yourself. It's the fact that you're not bound by the rules that govern most people's lives. While everyone else is caught up in the conventional grind, you walk to the beat of your own drum. And it's exactly this that makes you irresistible. You operate on a different level, one that they can't comprehend, and it drives them crazy trying to figure it out. Your ability to thrive, even in the most challenging situations, leaves them in awe. They can't explain how you do it. Every setback you face only seems to fuel your growth, making you more resilient, more independent, and more powerful. What they don't see is the strength behind your success, your deep spiritual connection to something greater than yourself. This unseen force is what enables you to rise above life's difficulties with such ease and grace. They think you've got some secret formula, but the truth is far simpler. You trust in a higher power, and that faith is your foundation. What really fascinates them is the effortless way you navigate life. While others struggle, you glide through challenges, never losing your cool. They can't understand why you're not weighed down by the same worries that plague them. You've become a force of nature, a person who doesn't just survive, but thrives. Not because of circumstance, but because you've tapped into a deeper well of spiritual energy and confidence. It's like you've stepped into a different dimension where the rules of the world no longer apply. And that's why they're obsessed with you. As much as they try, they'll never quite figure you out. They're too caught up in their own limited perspective to see that your success isn't about trying to play by the rules of the world. It's about tapping into a higher calling, one that guides you to greatness in ways they can only dream of. And that's what makes you stand out, not just in their eyes, but in the world at large. Your life is a reflection of what it looks like when someone truly embraces their spiritual power. You don't need external validation or approval. You don't need to conform to what society says you should be. You found a path that is uniquely yours, and in doing so, you've unlocked a level of freedom and success that is impossible for others to replicate. That's what keeps them guessing, what keeps them hooked. Because deep down, they wish they could break free from their own limitations and tap into the same spiritual power that you possess. But only a few ever will, and that's what makes you so extraordinary. As you can see, the world is watching and wondering what makes you so special. You've been chosen, and your light is undeniable. They can't help but be drawn to you, curious about what you did to reach this level of greatness. Remember, your journey is unique, and your power is real. If this message resonates with you, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom for more powerful insights. Hit the notification bell so you won't miss any of our upcoming videos that are designed to elevate your life. Stay blessed and keep shining. Chosen ones, they are scared to death. You defeated a group and gang of witches with one-man army. The only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for good men to do nothing. This timeless quote from Edmund Burke reminds us of the power of one individual standing firm against darkness. Welcome, chosen ones, to Spiritual Wisdom, where we celebrate the resilience and unshakable strength that defines your journey. Today, we delve into a story that will leave you inspired by a tale of courage, where a one-man army dismantled a coven's illusions and left them trembling. Have you ever wondered what makes your light so powerful that it silences even the loudest shadows? Share your thoughts in the comments below. Your voice matters in this community of spiritual warriors. Let's rise together. 1. The power of singular purpose versus collective chaos. A chosen one operates with a level of clarity and purpose that sets them apart from the rest of the world. Where others rely on the strength of numbers, convoluted strategies, and backup plans, you move with the precision of a sharpened blade, unburdened by doubt and rooted in a spiritual understanding of your mission. This isn't arrogance, it's the power of spiritual awakening, the realization that true strength lies not in quantity, but in quality of intent. This clarity was the very reason you dismantled them. The witches thrived on chaos, using division, distraction, and fear as their weapons, believing that their rituals and collective strength would overwhelm any opposition. But against you, their tactics were powerless. Their unity was fragile, built on dependency rather than discipline, and their numbers were just noise when confronted with your focused intent. They relied on theatrics, their chanting, their symbols, their attempts to project fear, but you saw through it all. Your spiritual awakening allowed you to see their chaos for what it truly was, disorganized and weak at its core. They expected intimidation to break you, but their power unraveled under the weight of your unwavering purpose. When they attacked as a group, they believed their strength would lie in their numbers. Yet they didn't realize that their very reliance on each other made them vulnerable. Dependency turned their unity into a liability, and when you struck, their collective effort crumbled. It wasn't brute strength that defeated them, but the sharpness of your clarity, the steadiness of your resolve, and your ability to remain unshaken in the face of their orchestrated confusion. You didn't need an army to face them. Your focus was the weapon they could not defend against. While they scrambled, disoriented and lost without the support of their rituals, you stood firm, a singular force of precision and strength. In modern life, this lesson rings true. Whether you're navigating the challenges of relationships, workplaces, or societal pressures, the power of singular purpose remains undefeated. Distractions and doubts are the tools of those who thrive on division, but clarity and focus cut through chaos like a blade. In every aspect of life, understanding your spiritual purpose allows you to rise above the noise, to see through manipulation, and to stand victorious not by overwhelming strength, but by unshakable intent. This victory was never about proving them wrong. It was about embodying the truth that one person, aligned with their higher purpose, is stronger than any collective lacking genuine connection and discipline. The spiritual awakening you've experienced has not only elevated your strength, but also revealed the fragility of those who operate without clarity. And as you walk forward, remember this: your stillness in the storm, your focus amid chaos, and your spiritual alignment are the tools that make you unstoppable. The world may rally against you, but their numbers will always fall before the clarity of one chosen one standing in their purpose. And if you feel inspired by this message, type "I trust the process" as a way to affirm your strength, patience, and commitment to growth. Let's grow together. 2. You became the weapon they didn't see coming. When facing those who thrive on manipulation and deception, such as witches and others who exploit fear and vulnerability, it's easy for them to weave their power through the cracks of self-doubt, insecurity, and buried fears. Their strength doesn't lie in spells or potions, but in their ability to make people question their worth, succumb to their frailties, and ultimately believe they are powerless. But when they turned their attention to you, they encountered something they weren't prepared for, a spirit that had already faced its shadows and emerged stronger. You had dismantled your fears, faced your insecurities head-on, and refused to carry the weight of unresolved vulnerabilities. Your resilience wasn't built on external tools, charms, or allies. It was forged within, transforming you into the weapon they never saw coming. The transformation that disarmed them wasn't loud or external. It was quiet, internal, and unshakable. They couldn't find a foothold in your mind or spirit because you had already fortified yourself against their tactics. Each attempt to unravel you or exploit a weakness only reflected their failure. It was like trying to fight a mirror. Everything they sent your way bounced back, exposing their own vulnerabilities instead. Their usual methods of dismantling alliances, breaking confidence, exploiting tools or symbols fell flat. You weren't reliant on anything external. You were the source of your own strength, the embodiment of power drawn from spiritual growth and the profound understanding of who you are. Picture a modern-day scenario. A lone entrepreneur building their dream amidst naysayers who mock their vision and competitors who attempt sabotage. The entrepreneur's power lies not in their tools or resources, but in their unwavering belief in their purpose. Every failure becomes a lesson, every challenge an opportunity, and every setback a setup for a comeback. Similarly, when you stood against the witch's manipulations, they saw not a vulnerable individual, but an impenetrable force. You weren't fighting with strategies they could unravel. You were standing as the embodiment of unshakable resolve, a one-person army whose strength was rooted in self-awareness and spiritual growth. This is why they feared you. Every step you took dismantled their illusions of control. They weren't just losing a battle. They were watching their entire approach to power crumble. Their fear wasn't just of you, but of what you represented. An unyielding spirit that proved power doesn't come from manipulation or fear, but from a deep connection to your inner truth. What they didn't understand was that their greatest weapon, manipulation, held no power over someone who refused to be manipulated. In trying to break you, they broke themselves. If this message resonates with you, don't forget to like this video and share it with others who might need these great values. Let's continue this conversation and go deeper into what these values really mean. 3. Their rituals couldn't touch your energy field. Imagine this. A group of people, accustomed to bending others to their will, gathered together with one purpose: to take you down. They relied on rituals, incantations, and dark energy, believing their power to manipulate and destroy was unmatched. But little did they know, they were dealing with someone who operated on an entirely different frequency. Their low vibration intentions, steeped in fear and control, bounced off you as if striking an impenetrable shield. Why? Because your spiritual wisdom and energy field were untouchable, vibrating so high that their darkness couldn't even scratch its surface. As Albert Einstein once said, energy cannot be created or destroyed. It can only be changed from one form to another. And your energy, unyielding and pure, transformed their attacks into nothingness. Have you ever wondered what makes someone truly powerful? It isn't brute strength or aggression. True power comes from an inner light, a spiritual wisdom that aligns you with a higher purpose and connects you to divine energy. That's the strength you carry, and it's the reason why their rituals failed. Each incantation they chanted, each dark spell they cast, disintegrated the moment it met the unwavering force of your energy. They underestimated the power of someone who doesn't just survive attacks, but neutralizes them without even lifting a finger. How could their manipulation work when you refuse to be controlled by fear? Think about this for a moment. What happens when someone tries to impose their will on a person who is unshaken by external forces? They become powerless. The witches and their dark arts thrived on manipulating people's weaknesses, preying on insecurity and fear. But when they tried to target you, they encountered something entirely unfamiliar. A presence so grounded, so filled with spiritual wisdom, that their efforts crumbled. You didn't fight back with anger or retaliation. Instead, you stood firm, radiating a frequency so pure and strong that their darkness had no place to go. As Gandhi said, strength does not come from physical capacity. It comes from an indomitable will. Every attempt they made to break you only highlighted their own limitations. Their rituals didn't fail because they lacked skill or power. They failed because their energy couldn't match yours. This wasn't a battle of physical strength, it was a clash of vibrations. They operated in fear and control, while you embodied love, faith, and resilience. Their dark energy tried to pull you down, but you lifted the entire encounter to a higher plane, where their negativity dissolved into nothingness. And this, my friend, is the essence of true power. So let me ask you, are you aware of the immense strength you carry within you? Do you understand that your energy, when aligned with spiritual wisdom, is an unstoppable force? If you've ever doubted your ability to rise above life's challenges, let this moment remind you that you are far stronger than anything or anyone that seeks to pull you down. Their fear of you wasn't because of what you did, but because of who you are. You are the embodiment of light. And as the Bible says in John 1:5, the light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. That is your truth, and it's time you embrace it fully. I would love to hear your thoughts on this. What is your perspective on the importance of this value? Share your insights and let's continue this conversation. Four, You weaponized their own tools against them. The witches reveled in their arrogance, cloaking themselves in a false sense of invincibility, as if their dark arts and carefully crafted illusions of power rendered them untouchable. For years, their strength lay not in their unity or abilities, but in the fear they instilled in others. To them, the very idea that one person could rise against their legacy was laughable, an absurdity dismissed with scorn. But that dismissal was their undoing. When you stepped into their world unshaken and resolute, they underestimated you, thinking their reputation alone would crush you before the battle even began. Yet, it was precisely this overconfidence that you turned into your most powerful weapon. You didn't meet them on their terms or play by their rules. Instead, you allowed their own arrogance to unravel their carefully constructed fortress. Each time they attempted to wield their mystique against you, their reliance on shallow theatrics and symbolic intimidation only highlighted their insecurity. The rituals they thought would paralyze you with fear revealed how fragile their strength truly was. Their unity, once seen as a shield, became their weakness, as they were exposed as individuals too reliant on collective bravado. You saw through their illusions and met them not with fear, but with spiritual clarity and a steadfast heart. Your resilience became a mirror reflecting their flaws, a spiritual awakening that dismantled their foundation. The irony of their downfall was poetic. What they believed made them invincible, their reputation, dark arts and numbers, was precisely what left them vulnerable. Their tools, designed to intimidate and control, became the very instruments of their defeat. You didn't merely overpower them, you turned their arrogance against them, showing that true power comes not from illusions, but from spiritual strength and inner resolve. In the end, their miscalculation was more than a mistake. It was the fatal flaw that brought their empire of fear crashing down. They fell, not because of any grand force you wielded, but because they could not see beyond their own pride and reliance on shallow power. This story carries an important message for modern life. Never underestimate the power of resilience and clarity in the face of overwhelming odds. In a world filled with people who thrive on manipulation, control, and fear, your greatest strength is a clear mind and a steadfast spirit. Whether you are facing challenges in relationships, work, or personal growth, remember that true strength lies in authenticity and self-awareness. Don't let the ostentation of others scare you. Often their ostentation hides a deeper insecurity. Your spiritual awakening is not about using strength to meet strength, but about rising above illusion and standing firm in your truth. If you agree with this, comment below, "I stand firm in myself." When you weaponize their arrogance and use their overconfidence against them, you are demonstrating a power that no number or antics can overcome. 5. You weren't just fighting them, you fought their legacy. When you stood against that group of witches, you weren't merely engaging in a single skirmish, you were confronting an entire legacy built on generations of dark power and secrecy. These individuals weren't lone operators. They were the carriers of a twisted inheritance, a lineage that thrived on fear and manipulation. Every spell they cast, every ritual they performed, was deeply rooted in the teachings of those who came before them, fortified by years, if not centuries, of unchecked dominance. They weren't just fighting to protect their present power. They were defending the weight of history they believed made them untouchable. For them, their legacy was a shield, an illusion of invincibility that they thought could crush anyone who dared to challenge them. But you were no ordinary challenger. You didn't approach them with fear or play by their rules. Instead, you brought something they could never anticipate, the power of your unwavering spirit. In many ways, their strength wasn't just in their rituals or dark practices, but in the fear they instilled in others, the belief that their history made them invincible. They were accustomed to crushing anyone who dared to rise against them, using intimidation and the heavy weight of their ancestry as weapons. To them, you weren't merely an adversary. You were an anomaly, a force of disruption that threatened to dismantle everything they held sacred. They underestimated you, thinking you would crumble like so many before you. But here's what they failed to understand. The strength of spirituality and spiritual growth is not bound by fear, rituals, or the weight of dark legacies. It thrives on truth, light, and the resilience of a soul aligned with divine purpose. Your victory wasn't just about defeating them, it was about tearing down the very foundation they had built their power on. Their legacy, which they believed was eternal, proved to be nothing more than a house of cards. The moment you stood firm, refusing to bow to the shadows of their history, you shattered the illusion they had relied on for so long. Their power wasn't eternal. It was fragile, dependent on secrecy and fear. And when you broke free from their intimidation, you didn't just win in the present. You sent a ripple through time, unraveling the dark web their ancestors had painstakingly woven. Think about how this applies to life today. There are systems, traditions, and even toxic patterns handed down through generations, whether in families, workplaces, or society. These legacies often seem unshakable, designed to make you feel powerless or trapped. But when you stand your ground and choose to break free from their grip, you're not just changing your life, you're dismantling a cycle that might have persisted for years. Have you ever wondered how much of your own strength lies untapped because you've been conditioned to believe in the power of these legacies? What if the fear that holds you back is the very thing keeping those systems alive? The lesson here is profound. Spirituality and spiritual growth are about breaking free from illusions and aligning yourself with truth and light. You don't need to rely on the same tools or tactics as those who seek to control you. Your strength lies in your authenticity, your unyielding will, and your connection to a higher purpose. When you choose to stand firm, you don't just defeat your enemies, you redefine what's possible. And in doing so, you inspire others to rise, to challenge the darkness, and to embrace the transformative power of light. Never underestimate the impact of your courage. It has the power to change not just the present, but the entire course of history. Share your story, or simply type, "I am growing," if you're committed to using every moment to improve yourself. Let's keep this conversation going. I can't wait to hear your insights. 6. The fear you struck came from the unknown. Fear isn't just born from strength, it's nurtured by the mysteries of the unknown. The witches you faced didn't tremble because you wielded a conventional power they could comprehend. No, their fear stemmed from something far more unsettling. You were beyond their grasp, a puzzle that refused to fit their carefully constructed narrative. These individuals had spent lifetimes mastering rituals, symbols, and dark arts, each designed to control, manipulate, and predict the behavior of others. But when it came to you, they found themselves paralyzed by the unfamiliar. Their calculated spells, intricate plans, and oppressive tactics crumbled against your calm, resolute presence, a presence they neither understood nor could anticipate. Think about it. How do you react when faced with someone who defies every rule you thought you understood? That's exactly what they faced in you. They expected fear, hesitation, maybe even a panicked retreat, something they could latch onto and manipulate. That's their modus operandi. As Sun Tzu said in The Art of War, all warfare is based on deception. But when their deceptions met your unwavering spiritual wisdom, they faltered. You didn't give them the satisfaction of fear or confusion. You didn't react in predictable ways, and that terrified them more than any physical force ever could. The truth is, their power thrived on control. They fed on the chaos and emotional vulnerability of others. Yet when they tested you, their spells seemed powerless. their illusions nothing more than smoke dissipating in the wind. Their attempts to intimidate fell flat, and their confidence began to waver. Every failed scheme chipped away at the illusion of their invincibility. You stood as a reminder that their greatest weapon, the ability to manipulate others, was ineffective against someone who had mastered the art of inner peace and faith. You were calm in the storm, and as Ralph Waldo Emerson said, "Nothing can bring you peace but yourself." What do you think scared them the most? Was it their realization that their power had limits? Or was it the way you held a mirror to their fear, showing them that they were only as strong as the illusions they created? They had built their lives around being the ones who pulled the strings, yet now they were the ones stumbling in the dark, overwhelmed by the unpredictable. You didn't just resist their power, you unraveled it, exposing its fragility for all to see. This wasn't just a victory of strength. It was a triumph of spiritual wisdom over manipulation and fear. You became the unknown force. They couldn't account for a reminder that true power lies not in controlling others, but in mastering yourself. So I ask you, how often do we give in to fear because we underestimate our own ability to rise above it? And what would happen if, like you, we embraced the power of being unpredictable, unwavering, and unshakable? In the end, you weren't just their defeat. You were the embodiment of a force they couldn't understand or overcome. That, my friend, is the kind of victory that echoes through eternity. I would love to hear your thoughts on this. What is your perspective on the importance of this value? Share your insights, and let's continue this conversation. 7. They realized they couldn't corrupt you. The witches, known for their cunning and mastery of corruption, believed they could twist anyone to their will. They were experts at sowing doubt, offering tantalizing illusions of power, and turning even the most resolute individuals into pawns in their dark games. For most people, their tactics were irresistible, a slow descent into compromise disguised as survival or advancement. But when they encountered you, they faced a force they had never reckoned with, an unshakable moral compass and a profound spiritual strength. Unlike others, you were not swayed by whispers of forbidden knowledge or the tempting lure of control. They underestimated the clarity of your convictions and the foundation of your spiritual awakening, which stood as an unbreakable fortress against their manipulation. Every subtle scheme they wove the promises of glory, the allure of forbidden power crumbled against the integrity you carried. It wasn't that you were oblivious to the temptations they presented. It was that you saw through them. You understood that true power lies not in bending others to your will, but in staying rooted in your purpose and values. Their offers of control and influence held no appeal to you because you already knew your worth. You didn't need their hollow promises. Your spiritual awakening had shown you that genuine power comes from within, not from external validation or domination. Their desperation grew as their usual tactics failed to penetrate your armor of self-awareness and resilience. And in that struggle, they revealed their own weakness. Their so-called power was not born of strength, but of their ability to manipulate and corrupt. When they could no longer sway you, their facade crumbled, exposing how fragile they truly were. Without their webs of deceit and control, they were nothing but shadows trying to masquerade as giants. Your resistance didn't just protect you, it turned the tables on them, shining a light on the hollow nature of their authority. This is where modern life intersects with your story as a chosen one. Every day, you encounter forces, people, systems, or even doubts within yourself that seek to corrupt your integrity and lead you astray. They may not look like witches from ancient tales, but their methods are the same. They plant seeds of doubt, appeal to your ego, and offer shortcuts that promise success at the cost of your values. But as your journey of spiritual awakening deepens, you realize the power of standing firm in your truth. By refusing to play their games, you not only protect yourself, but also reveal the emptiness of their manipulations. The lesson here is profound. When you refuse to compromise, when you anchor yourself in your spiritual purpose, and when you see through the illusions of power and control, you wield a strength that cannot be defeated. This strength is not about physical might, but about spiritual resilience and a clear understanding of who you are. It is this strength that leaves those who seek to control you scared to death, for they know they cannot corrupt what is incorruptible. And in that moment, you don't just win, you expose the truth, liberating yourself and inspiring others to do the same. If this message resonates with you, don't forget to like this video and share it with others. 8. Exposing the weakness of their collective power. When they saw you standing alone, they assumed it would be an easy victory. They relied on their coven, the intricate web of rituals, and the illusion of unity, believing their collective power made them untouchable. Together, they chanted, cast spells, and projected an aura of invincibility. Yet, beneath that surface lay the truth. They were only as strong as their reliance on each other, and you exposed that weakness. Their unity wasn't built on genuine strength. It was a crutch, masking their fear and inability to stand individually. When you confronted them without backup, without allies, and without fear, you tore through the veil of their illusion. They depended on numbers to sustain their courage, but your unwavering presence revealed a sobering truth. Their power worked only in unison because they lacked the resilience to face challenges on their own. Your defiance shook them to their core. It wasn't just your ability to withstand their rituals. It was the spiritual power you carried that dismantled their foundation. Each of them was forced to confront their fear of isolation, a fear they had projected onto others for years. They thrived by feeding off the vulnerabilities of individuals who stood alone, yet now they were the ones feeling that crushing loneliness. Their rituals, once their source of confidence, became meaningless as their collective strength unraveled under the weight of your spiritual growth and courage. You dismantled not just their group, but their entire belief system, showing them that true power doesn't come from numbers, but from the strength of standing firm in your purpose. Think about it. How often do we see this dynamic in everyday life? In workplaces, communities, or even friendships, there are often groups that appear powerful because they operate as a unit. Perhaps you've faced a team of co-workers who tried to undermine your efforts, or a clique that used collective intimidation. Yet, when you hold your ground, refusing to play their game or feed their fear, the cracks in their unity start to show. They crumble because their strength was never real. It was borrowed, dependent on the group to mask individual insecurity. So let me ask you this. What is your foundation? Is your strength rooted in external support, or is it grounded in your own spiritual growth and inner power? When you build your resilience on a firm spiritual foundation, you become unstoppable, even when facing the most intimidating challenges. You don't need a group to validate your worth or amplify your courage. You carry that within yourself. And when others see that kind of unshakable strength, it forces them to reflect on their own weaknesses. And if you feel inspired by this message, type, "I trust the process," as a way to affirm your strength, patience, and commitment to growth. Let's grow together. 9. The psychological war was won before the battle began. Imagine this. Before the first move was made, the battle you faced was already won. The group and gang of witches had crafted their entire strategy around fear, projecting it, amplifying it, and using it as their ultimate weapon. Fear, sharper than any spell they could conjure, was their means of control, thriving on the belief that their illusions were real. But here's the thing. Fear only has power when the mind accepts it as truth. That's where they failed with you. They underestimated your unshakable resolve your ability to see through the veil of their deceptions. And that, my friend, was their ultimate undoing. When they came at you, they brought everything they had. Whispers designed to plant seeds of doubt, shadows meant to evoke terror, and illusions crafted to make you question your reality. Yet instead of caving in, you stood there unmoved, grounded not in arrogance, but in certainty. You refused to let their tricks take root in your mind. By doing so, you stripped their most potent weapon, the weapon they relied on to dominate others of its power. As the great Marcus Aurelius once said, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." That strength was your shield, your one-man army, against their entire arsenal. Think about it. How many times have you seen fear crumble people, reduce them to shadows of themselves? That's what these witches had banked on. They thrived on hesitation, exploiting the vulnerabilities and uncertainties of others. But when their usual tactics didn't work on you, their confidence began to unravel. They weren't just afraid of your immunity to their fear, they were terrified of what it exposed about themselves. Their entire system of control, built on manipulating the weak and uncertain, was rendered useless against someone who simply refused to be afraid. Every moment you stood firm was a silent declaration of spiritual wisdom, a wisdom that transcends fear, that sees through manipulation, and that remains anchored in truth. You dismantled their strategy without ever needing to raise your voice or your hand. The battle wasn't about spells or physical strength. It was about willpower, and yours was untouchable. As the great Sun Tzu teaches in The Art of War, the supreme art of war is to subdue the enemy without fighting. That's exactly what you did. I would love to hear your thoughts on this. What is your perspective on the importance of this value? Share your insights and let's continue this conversation. 10. Your victory forced them to confront their own mortality. When you confronted them, the witches didn't see just an opponent. They saw a force of truth so powerful it broke through their carefully crafted illusions. For years, they had deluded themselves into believing their rituals and forbidden knowledge could shield them from time and consequence. Their spells weren't just tools of power, they were symbols of permanence, a way to convince themselves that they had risen above the laws of mortality. But when you defeated them, you didn't simply overpower their magic. You stripped away the veil of their invincibility and exposed a harsh spiritual truth. No amount of dark energy could erase the fundamental reality of mortality. Your triumph forced them to face something they had avoided all their lives. This was not a battle of swords or strength, but of deeper spiritual resonance. The fall of their defenses wasn't just a physical collapse. It was a complete dismantling of the beliefs that had kept them in their self-made prisons of arrogance and denial. For the first time, they felt the weight of their humanity, a spiritual reckoning they could not escape. Every chant they had whispered into the void, every ritual they performed under the cover of darkness, now felt hollow. The very tools they used to distance themselves from their human vulnerabilities became meaningless in the face of your courage, your spiritual strength, and your unshakable resolve to expose the truth. In that moment of defeat, they were left with no more illusions to cling to. They realized that their attempts to play gods were not only futile, but dangerous, and their so-called immortality was nothing more than an elaborate lie. What terrified them the most wasn't just the loss of power, but the realization that the eternal legacy they had fought to preserve was as fragile as a candle in the wind. They had spent their lives building an identity rooted in false superiority, only to see it crumble before their eyes. Your victory serves as a lesson not only to them, but to anyone tempted to believe that power and control can shield them from the inevitable truths of life. In modern life, we see this same dynamic play out in those who use wealth, status, or influence to create a facade of invincibility. But just as in your battle, the truth always has a way of shining through. True strength isn't found in avoiding mortality or denying the challenges of life. It's found in embracing them, learning from them, and using them to grow spiritually. By facing these truths head-on, you embody the kind of resilience and courage that others can only aspire to. So remember, your triumph wasn't just about defeating an enemy. It was a spiritual awakening for all involved. By standing firm in your truth, you didn't just challenge their power. You dismantled the very foundation of their lies and gave them no choice but to confront the one thing they had feared the most: themselves. This is the power of a chosen one, a force that brings clarity, transformation, and undeniable truth to a world that often hides from it. And that is why your energy and spiritual presence leave them trembling, because it holds a mirror to everything they try to escape. If this message resonates with you, don't forget to like this video and share it with others who might need these great values. Let's continue this conversation and go deeper into what these values really mean. 11. You didn't defeat them for glory. You did it because it was necessary. The witches thrived on chaos, their power fed by fear, greed, and manipulation. They had always relied on the same playbook, preying on the desires or insecurities of their opponents to gain control. But when they faced you, they realized they had met their match, and not because you were seeking glory or recognition. No, what set you apart and what terrified them was that you were fighting from a place of necessity, driven by a purpose that went beyond yourself. You weren't in this battle for a trophy or the applause of the crowd. You weren't chasing validation or proving your strength. Your actions came from a spiritual depth they couldn't grasp, a calling to stop the darkness they represented because it had no place in a world where light and growth were meant to flourish. They tried every trick in the book, throwing distractions, false promises, and threats your way. They wanted to appeal to your ego, to draw you into their web of deceit. But your detachment, your singular focus on the mission at hand, made you untouchable. There was no fear they could exploit, no desire they could dangle in front of you to sway your path. You were anchored in something far greater, a sense of responsibility that came from a profound connection to your purpose and spirituality. Their manipulation crumbled in the face of your clarity because they didn't understand a force like yours, one rooted not in selfish ambition, but in a determination to protect, to heal, and to restore balance. Think about it. How often do we see people crumble under pressure when their motivations are shallow, when they're driven by things like fame, power, or approval? But when someone operates from a place of inner strength and spiritual growth, they become unshakable. That's what embodied a calm, unyielding presence that couldn't be moved by fear or temptation. The witches realized too late that their tactics were useless because you weren't operating on their level. They were playing a game while you were fulfilling a higher calling. This story reflects a truth we all face in modern life. Whether it's dealing with toxic relationships, workplace politics, or personal challenges, the way we approach battles makes all the difference. If we're driven by ego or a need to prove something, we become vulnerable to manipulation. But when we act out of necessity, guided by our core values and a higher purpose, we become unstoppable. Have you ever faced a situation where staying grounded in your values helped you overcome something others thought was impossible? How did focusing on what truly mattered give you the strength to persevere? The lesson here is clear. Spirituality and spiritual growth don't just make us better people. They make us resilient in the face of challenges that would otherwise overwhelm us. When your purpose is bigger than yourself, you become a force that no one can deter. So, the next time you're faced with opposition, remember this. You don't have to fight for applause or recognition. Fight for what's right, for what's necessary. That's how you truly defeat darkness and inspire light. If this message speaks to you, take it a step further and share it with someone who might need this reminder. Together, we can build connections rooted in honesty and respect. 12. You revealed their true nature to themselves. When you stood up against the group of witches, you did more than just resist their attempts to dominate. You revealed their true nature to themselves and others. These individuals, who had spent their lives crafting an illusion of invincibility, relied on fear and secrecy to maintain control. They built their image on deception, weaving lies to appear untouchable, even convincing themselves that their power was absolute. Yet, when faced with your courage and resilience, the foundation of their strength began to crumble. You didn't need to retaliate with force or use underhanded tactics. Your spiritual wisdom and refusal to submit were enough to dismantle their facade. As you stood your ground, you peeled away the masks they had carefully constructed, forcing them to confront the reality of their emptiness. Your presence, infused with truth and unshakable conviction, became a mirror reflecting the lies they had lived by, and the power they once flaunted was shown to be hollow. Have you ever considered what gives true strength its power? Is it fear, illusion, or manipulation? Or is it authenticity, courage, and a connection to divine truth? By standing firm, you answered that question not just for yourself, but for everyone witnessing your journey. As the great Mahatma Gandhi once said, "Truth alone will endure. All the rest will be swept away before the tide of time." Your truth, rooted in spiritual wisdom, swept away their illusions like a mighty tide. They tried every trick in the book, fear, manipulation, and intimidation, to bend you to their will. But you didn't waver, and in doing so, you became a living testament to the power of light over darkness. How often do we give power to the illusions others create? How many times do we let fear dictate our actions because we believe the lies others tell about their strength? Your story teaches us that true power doesn't lie in controlling others, but in mastering oneself. With every attempt they made to suppress you, you revealed the weakness at their core. Their so-called power was nothing more than a carefully constructed illusion, shattered the moment you chose not to believe in it. As Eleanor Roosevelt once said, "No one can make you feel inferior without your consent." You denied them that consent, and in doing so, you exposed the truth for all to see. Now take a moment to reflect. Where in your life are you allowing illusions to hold you back? Are there fears, manipulations, or untruths you've accepted as reality? What would happen if you, like the chosen one in this story, decided to stand firm in your spiritual wisdom and confront those illusions head-on? You might find that the power you feared was never real to begin with, and that your inner strength is far greater than you imagined. Remember, it's not always about fighting harder. Sometimes it's about standing taller and letting the truth speak for itself. That is the essence of spiritual wisdom. The understanding that light, truth, and courage will always prevail, no matter how dark the opposition may seem. So, stand firm, choose one, because your light is more powerful than you realize, and the world needs it now more than ever. In the face of overwhelming darkness, your victory stands as a beacon of light and truth, proving that courage and integrity can dismantle even the strongest collective of deceit. By standing firm, you've shown that true power lies not in numbers or fear, but in the unshakable resolve of an individual aligned with purpose. Let this story inspire you to face your own battles with the same unwavering spirit. How can you apply this lesson to your life today? Share your thoughts in the comments below. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom for more transformative insights. Together, we'll continue to uncover the extraordinary. See you in the next video. 10 signs from your childhood showed you were chosen. Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Before you were born, I set you apart. Jeremiah 1:5, Jeremiah 1:5. These profound words remind us that our lives carry a unique purpose, carefully designed by the Creator. Have you ever felt, even as a child, that you were destined for something greater? In today's video on spiritual wisdom, we'll uncover 10 powerful signs from your childhood that reveal you were chosen for a divine mission. As you watch, reflect on your own journey and share in the comments. Did you notice any of these signs growing up? Let's inspire one another to embrace the paths laid before us and apply these insights to create a life of purpose, growth, and fulfillment. Don't forget to like and share this video with those who may need this message of hope and clarity. 1. Singularity. From an early age, you might have felt like a square peg in a round hole, as though your very existence danced to a rhythm others couldn't hear. While other children immersed themselves in games and social chatter, you found comfort in introspection, observing life with a curiosity and depth that set you apart. Maybe you sat quietly, pondering the mysteries of the universe, or silently empathizing with a classmate who seemed lonely, even when no one else noticed. This sense of singularity wasn't just a fleeting quirk of personality. It was a divine signal, a whisper that you were created for a unique mission in this world. These experiences, though sometimes isolating, didn't mark a flaw in you. They were a symbol of something sacred, a spiritual blueprint designed to prepare you for the extraordinary. Feeling out of place as a child could be likened to carrying an invisible emblem on your soul, a quiet indicator of your chosen path. Often, this innate difference manifested in the form of heightened sensitivity. You might recall moments when the sight of someone in pain stirred something deep within you, a profound sadness, or an overwhelming urge to help. You didn't need words to understand. Your heart simply knew. This level of empathy is a sign of spiritual preparation, one that aligns with Romans, "Do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind." Your ability to see beyond the surface of everyday life as a child was not a hindrance, but a profound blessing. It shaped your mind to think differently, to ask deeper questions, and to resist conforming to societal expectations that often dull the spiritual spark within us. In today's world, this sense of being different can feel even more challenging, as modern life emphasizes fitting in, following trends, and aligning with the crowd. However, those early feelings of singularity were never meant to make you feel alone. They were meant to equip you for leadership, empathy, and spiritual growth. This sensitivity has likely stayed with you, serving as both a gift and a compass, guiding you toward your higher calling. In an era of rapid technological advances and social pressures, it's easy to suppress these inner stirrings, but now is the time to honor them. Your uniqueness is a part of the divine plan, a spiritual awakening that sets you on a path to fulfill your purpose. For those who resonate with this, here are some tips. Embrace your differences with gratitude rather than suspicion. Lean into the sensitivity and awareness that others may not understand, but that makes you a force for compassion and change. If this resonates with you, comment below, "I embrace differences." Reflect on your childhood introspective moments, not as oddities, but as seeds planted for a deeper mission. Start paying attention to where your heart is pulling you today, whether it's a purpose, a person in need, or a dream that aligns with your spiritual journey. By honoring your uniqueness and stepping into the spiritual awakening that began long ago, you will discover not only your purpose, but also the power to step forward boldly, transforming both your life and the lives of those around you. 2. consciousness. From a young age, you may have felt like you saw the world through a different lens, one that allowed you to sense what others overlooked. While other children might have been immersed in play, you found yourself drawn to the subtleties of life. The gentle rustle of leaves in the wind, the way light danced on the surface of water, or the emotions hidden behind someone's smile. This wasn't just an overactive imagination. It was a reflection of your heightened consciousness, a spiritual connection that hinted at a deeper truth about your existence. This sensitivity wasn't a burden, but a gift, one that allowed you to tune into energies, emotions, and experiences beyond the surface. It's as though your spirit was wired to detect the unseen currents of life, a kind of spiritual growth that set you apart even in childhood. Think about a moment when something ordinary felt extraordinary. Perhaps a rainy afternoon wasn't just about the weather, it became a time for quiet reflection, stirring feelings of peace or mystery. Or maybe you noticed how someone's body language betrayed their hidden emotions, sensing their pain or joy, even when they didn't say a word. These experiences aren't random. They're signs of your connection to something greater than yourself. As Proverbs beautifully puts it, the human spirit is the lamp of the Lord that searches all the inner parts of a person. This scripture reminds us that your heightened awareness is a divine gift, a spiritual light that illuminates not just the world around you, but the depths of your soul. To make this clearer, let's take a modern example. Picture a child today who feels out of place during a noisy family gathering, choosing instead to sit quietly by the window, captivated by the way sunlight filters through the curtains. This child might not yet understand why they're drawn to stillness, while others thrive in the chaos. But it's this quiet attention to detail that reveals their spiritual connection. Similarly, as an adult, you might find yourself deeply moved by a piece of music, or the quiet beauty of a sunrise, experiences that reignite that same childhood sensitivity. These moments of awareness are gifts, guiding you to see the divine in the mundane, and to recognize that your purpose is intertwined with this unique ability to perceive life on a deeper level. How has this heightened consciousness shaped your journey? Have you found that it draws you toward people or situations that need healing, understanding, or care? These are not coincidences. This spiritual awareness is a reminder that you were chosen for something greater, and it invites you to embrace your role as someone who can bring light to others. By noticing what others often overlook, you're able to offer insights, compassion, and guidance that can transform lives. The lesson here is simple but profound. Your heightened consciousness is not a flaw or an oddity. It is your strength. It's a reminder that spirituality is not confined to grand gestures or dramatic revelations. It's woven into the smallest details of everyday life. Embrace this gift, nurture it, and let it guide you on your path of spiritual growth. In doing so, you not only unlock your purpose, but also inspire others to find their own connection to the divine. As you move forward, let this awareness light your way, knowing that your unique perspective is both a blessing and a responsibility to bring love, understanding, and hope to the world. I would love to hear your thoughts on this. What is your perspective on the importance of this value? Share your insights, and let's continue this conversation. 3. Empathy. Empathy is one of the most profound signs that you were chosen, a trait so deeply rooted in your soul that it may have been apparent from a very young age. Think back to your childhood. Did you ever feel the emotions of others so vividly that they seemed to blend with your own? Maybe you sensed a friend's sorrow before they even spoke a word, or you instinctively reached out to comfort someone sitting alone at lunch. These moments weren't just coincidences. They were early indicators of your extraordinary capacity for empathy, a spiritual wisdom bestowed upon you to guide you on your journey. This gift allowed you to connect with others on a level that many can't comprehend, acting as a beacon of comfort, understanding and light in a world that often feels cold and disconnected. Empathy is far more than just a personality trait. It's a divine calling. It's as if God placed this unique ability within you to serve as a reflection of His love in a way that only you can. Romans beautifully remind us of this truth. Rejoice with those who rejoice. Mourn with those who mourn. In embracing this calling, you've likely found that your empathy doesn't just make you sensitive to others. It equips you with the power to heal, inspire, and uplift those around you. As a child, you might have wondered why you felt so much more than your peers, why you carried their burdens as though they were your own. But now, as you reflect on these experiences, can you see how they were shaping you into someone destined to bring light and hope into the lives of others? Consider this. How often have you found yourself deeply moved by the struggles of people you barely know, or even those you see in passing? It's as if your heart cannot ignore the pain of others because your soul recognizes its purpose to comfort, to encourage, and to love unconditionally. This level of empathy is not random. It's a sign of your spiritual awakening, a clue that you were chosen to walk a path of service and compassion. Have you ever noticed that people feel drawn to share their stories with you, trusting you to understand without judgment? This is no accident. It's your energy, your spiritual wisdom, that creates a safe space for others to unburden their hearts. But this gift comes with challenges. Carrying the emotions of others can sometimes feel overwhelming. You may have struggled with boundaries, feeling drained by the weight of their pain. Yet, even in those moments, your empathy has taught you invaluable lessons about resilience, balance, and the importance of self-care. After all, how can you pour into others if your own cup is empty? The beauty of this journey is learning to channel your empathy in ways that uplift both you and those you serve. Famous psychologist Carl Rogers once said, "What is most personal is most universal." Your empathy connects you to the shared humanity in everyone, and through this connection, you've discovered a profound truth, that love, in its purest form, has the power to heal. So, ask yourself, how has your gift of empathy shaped your life so far? In what ways has it allowed you to bring comfort and healing to those around you? And most importantly, how can you continue to nurture this gift, knowing that it's part of your divine purpose? Let your empathy be your guide, reminding you that you were chosen not just to feel, but to act, not just to understand, but to inspire. By embracing your role as a source of light and love, you honor the spiritual wisdom within you and step fully into the incredible journey you were always meant to walk. As you continue to grow, remember that your empathy is not a burden, it's a blessing, a sign that you were chosen to transform the world, one heart at a time. Share your story or simply type, "I am growing," if you're committed to using every moment to improve yourself. Let's keep this conversation going. I can't wait to hear your insights. Four, premonitions. For those destined as chosen ones, childhood often brings a tapestry of mysterious dreams and premonitions that linger in memory, carrying profound meaning and purpose. These dreams, far from ordinary, feel like whispers from a higher power, illuminating the path ahead, even when the present seems unclear. Perhaps you recall a vivid dream so powerful it stayed etched in your mind for years. Or maybe you felt an unshakable certainty about events that later unfolded exactly as you sensed. These experiences are more than coincidences. They are spiritual signs revealing an extraordinary connection to the divine. The Bible speaks of this unique phenomenon in Job, saying, "In a dream, in a vision of the night, when deep sleep falls on people, as they slumber in their beds, he opens their ears and gives them instruction." These words affirm that dreams are a sacred conduit through which divine guidance is imparted. Premonitions, often dismissed by skeptics, carry a weight that cannot be ignored when they manifest in reality. They may appear in the form of symbols, recurring themes, or feelings of déjà vu that provide clarity or forewarning. These moments are not accidental. They are reminders of your spiritual awakening, urging you to trust the unseen forces working in your life. Imagine, as a child, dreaming of standing before a vast audience or embarking on a journey that felt larger than life. At the time, it may have seemed fanciful or far removed from reality, but today, you might find yourself in situations eerily reflective of those dreams. This connection between your childhood visions and your current path is no accident. It is the unfolding of a greater plan. In modern life, we are often too distracted by noise, routines, and responsibilities to notice the whispers of our inner spirit. Yet, these dreams and premonitions are a reminder to pause and reflect. They call you to deepen your spiritual practice, whether through prayer, meditation, or simply being still enough to listen to the messages your soul is trying to convey. Dreams are like seeds planted in your subconscious, growing in ways you may not immediately understand, but are integral to your spiritual journey. When you embrace these signs, you unlock a deeper awareness of your purpose and align more closely with the divine blueprint for your life. So, if you've ever experienced dreams or premonitions that felt more significant than they seemed, trust that they were not random. Instead, they were spiritual gifts guiding you toward awakening and preparing you for the unique purpose you were meant to fulfill. These moments are not just memories of the past, but keys to your future, offering insight, reassurance, and strength for the road ahead. As you reflect on these experiences, take comfort in knowing they are sacred signs that you are chosen for something greater. If this message speaks to you, take it a step further and share it with someone who might need this reminder. Together, we can build connections rooted in honesty and respect. 5. Protection. From the earliest moments of your childhood, you might recall times when you felt an unseen force guiding and protecting you in situations where danger seemed to dissolve unexpectedly, leaving you untouched and safe. Perhaps it was a close call on the playground or an inexplicable moment when you narrowly avoided an accident. These experiences weren't mere coincidences. They were signs of divine protection, the invisible shield placed over you to ensure your journey remained intact. The higher power, watching over you, knew you had a unique calling, a purpose that needed nurturing and safeguarding. Psalm beautifully encapsulates this truth. For he will command his angels concerning you to guard you in all your ways. This scripture is a reminder that your spiritual growth is intertwined with divine guardianship, a force greater than ourselves, working in ways we often don't fully understand at the time. Think about this in the context of everyday life. Picture a child walking to school, distracted by their thoughts as they step too close to the street's edge. A stranger reaches out, gently pulling them back just as a car speeds past. In that moment, the child may not realize the depth of the intervention, but years later, reflecting on it, they might feel the profound sense of being watched over. Have you ever experienced something similar? Perhaps as an adult, you felt that same protective presence during challenging times, as though a door you desperately wanted to walk through was closed, only for you to later realize it saved you from a mistake or harm. These instances are more than luck. They're spiritual markers reminding you of your connection to something greater, a sign that your purpose is actively supported and protected. Such moments aren't just about physical safety, but also emotional and spiritual protection. You might have noticed that certain negative influences on people, places, or even experiences seem to fall away from your life, sometimes leaving you confused or upset at the time. Yet later, as your journey unfolded, you saw how those elements would have hindered your growth. This protection works not just to keep you safe, but to guide you toward the right path, aligning you with your true purpose. It's a gentle but firm nudge, ensuring you remain on the course meant for you, even when it feels like life is steering you away from what you think you want. Reflect for a moment. Have you taken the time to recognize these moments in your life? What do they tell you about your spiritual journey? Protection isn't just about shielding you from harm, but about creating the conditions for you to thrive, to step into your higher self, and to embrace the spiritual growth necessary for fulfilling your destiny. Each instance of protection is a reminder that you're not walking this path alone. By acknowledging these moments, you cultivate gratitude and trust in the divine guidance shaping your life. The lesson here is profound, yet simple. You are guided, protected, and cherished. Every experience, even the ones you didn't understand at the time, has been part of a larger plan to prepare you for your calling. Embrace the signs, trust the process, and lean into your spirituality, knowing that your journey is safeguarded by a force greater than yourself. When you begin to see life through this lens, you unlock a deeper connection to your purpose, and every step forward becomes an act of faith, grounded in the knowledge that you are divinely protected and destined to fulfill your unique role in this world. If this message resonates with you, don't forget to like this video and share it with others who might need these great values. Let's continue this conversation and go deeper into what these values really mean. 6. Challenges. Challenges you faced as a child, those moments of feeling out of place among your peers or even within your own family, were not random or meaningless. They were early signs that you were chosen for a higher purpose, a purpose that required shaping and refinement through adversity. Do you ever wonder why it seemed like your journey was harder than others? Why did you carry burdens that others didn't seem to bear? These struggles were preparing you, crafting resilience and strength within you so that you could fulfill your unique role in this world. Spiritual wisdom teaches us that the trials we face are not meant to break us, but to mold us into the person we are destined to become. As Romans so beautifully reminds us, we also glory in our sufferings, because we know that suffering produces perseverance, perseverance, character, and character, hope. Take a moment to reflect on the strength you gained from those early struggles. How have they shaped your character and given you hope? Perhaps they instilled in you an empathy and depth of understanding that allows you to connect with others on a profound level. Or maybe they taught you to rise above challenges with unshakable faith. Think about it. Why would someone who is chosen for greatness have an easy path? Diamonds are formed under pressure. Gold is refined by fire. Your challenges were the fires that refined your soul, the pressures that revealed your strength. These experiences taught you spiritual wisdom that others may never fully grasp. They gave you a perspective that allows you to see beyond the superficial and into the heart of what truly matters. What if those painful moments were the very foundation of your ability to lead, inspire, and transform the lives of others? What if they were a sacred initiation into your divine purpose? And here's the thing. The feelings of isolation you may have experienced as a child were not a punishment, but a signal. They set you apart, showing you that your path was never meant to fit in with the crowd. Instead, your path was designed for you to stand out, to lead, to guide others with the spiritual wisdom you have gained. What lessons from those early years do you carry with you today? How do they empower you to overcome obstacles and fulfill your purpose? The journey of the chosen ones is rarely easy, but always meaningful. You are proof that every challenge has a purpose, every failure is a lesson, and every painful moment is a step closer to the greatness you were destined to achieve. If you found this helpful, comment below, "I am the chosen one," and let's continue this journey together. 7. Resilience. Even in the darkest chapters of your life, you've displayed a resilience that feels almost supernatural. This isn't just luck or sheer willpower. It's a reflection of a higher calling, a spiritual preparation for the incredible mission designed for you. Perhaps you've wondered how you survived challenges that would have broken most people, how you've stood strong when the storms of life threatened to overwhelm you. That strength, that inner fortitude, isn't an accident. It's divine craftsmanship, molding you into the person you're meant to become. Resilience isn't just about bouncing back. It's about transforming pain into power, trials into triumphs, and obstacles into opportunities for growth. Every setback you faced as a child, every heartache or moment of despair, was not meant to break you, but to build you. These experiences were spiritual tests, sharpening your character and awakening the latent power within you. In today's fast-paced and often chaotic world, resilience remains a cornerstone of success and purpose. This quality doesn't just prepare you for life's battles, it also enables you to shine as a beacon of hope for others. People notice when you endure hardships with grace, and they feel inspired by your ability to stand firm. For the chosen ones, resilience isn't just survival. It's a testimony of spiritual awakening, an unspoken message to the world that says, "I am here for a reason, and nothing can stop me from fulfilling my purpose." When you embrace this resilience, you align yourself with the spiritual flow of life, where even the heaviest burdens become stepping stones toward greatness. Consider this. The pain you've endured is like a refining fire, removing impurities and leaving only the purest version of yourself behind. Just as precious metals are forged in intense heat, so too have your trials shaped you into someone unshakable, someone ready to fulfill their divine mission. And while resilience might sometimes feel like an exhausting battle, it's also a gift, a reminder of the spiritual power that resides within you, waiting to be unleashed. Each time you rise from adversity, you set an example for those around you, proving that no obstacle is insurmountable when your spirit is aligned with a higher purpose. As you reflect on your journey, remember that your resilience isn't just a personal trait, it's a spiritual badge of honor. It speaks of a greater plan for your life and a deep connection to the divine energy guiding you. In a world that often feels unpredictable and harsh, your ability to endure, adapt, and thrive is nothing short of extraordinary. Take pride in your resilience, nurture it, and use it as fuel to pursue your highest calling. Let it remind you that you are chosen, not by accident, but by design, and that every challenge you've overcome has prepared you for the spiritual awakening that is unfolding in your life right now. If this message resonates with you, don't forget to like this video and share it with others. 8. Connection. From a young age, you may have experienced an unshakable connection to something greater, a profound sense that God, the universe, or a divine presence was walking beside you, guiding and protecting you through life's challenges. This connection wasn't something you learned or were taught, it felt natural, as if spirituality was woven into your very being. In moments of chaos, when others might have panicked or felt lost, you found an inner calm that seemed to rise from a place beyond understanding. Perhaps you prayed instinctively, not because someone told you to, but because it felt like an organic way to communicate with this higher power. This connection wasn't always about asking for something. It was often about sharing your heart, your fears, your gratitude, and even your dreams. You knew deep within that someone or something was listening. Psalm 145:18 beautifully reminds us, "The Lord is near to all who call on Him, to all who call on Him in truth." And this closeness is what likely shaped your resilience and faith, even when the world around you seemed unsteady. Think back to a time in your life when everything felt uncertain. Maybe a childhood experience when you felt alone or misunderstood. Did you ever feel as though a comforting presence was with you, providing strength you couldn't explain? That sense of peace was no accident. Many chosen ones often experience this bond with the divine early on, which not only brings comfort, but also molds them into vessels of spiritual growth and wisdom. For instance, consider a young child standing in the middle of a noisy, crowded home where arguments erupt daily. Amidst the chaos, this child closes their eyes, whispers a prayer, and feels a sense of tranquility wash over them like a protective embrace. This might have been your story too, a story where you learned early on that spiritual connection was your refuge and your source of strength. In modern life, this connection continues to manifest in profound ways. Think about moments when you felt inexplicably drawn to help someone in need, or when you walked away from a situation that didn't serve your higher purpose. It's that same spiritual guidance nudging you, reminding you of who you are and the path you're meant to follow. This is a gift, a divine compass steering you toward growth and fulfillment, even when the road ahead is unclear. Have you ever paused to consider how this connection shaped the choices you've made, or how it helped you overcome moments when doubt or fear threatened to take hold? The lesson here is clear. Nurture this connection and let it guide your spiritual growth. The world is full of distractions and noise, but the quiet voice of the divine within you will always lead you toward truth and purpose if you take the time to listen. This connection isn't just a part of your past, it's a wellspring of strength for your present and a beacon of light for your future. Keep calling on this divine presence with sincerity and an open heart, because it is always near, ready to walk with you every step of the way. Recognizing this connection is not only a sign that you are chosen, but also an invitation to embrace the incredible potential within you. 9. Curiosity. Have you ever looked back on your childhood and noticed an endless stream of questions flowing through your mind, the kind that others might brush aside but seem to tug at your very soul? If you've always been curious about life's deeper mysteries, about the nature of God, the meaning of suffering, or the grand purpose behind our existence, this insatiable thirst for understanding wasn't random. It was a divine sign. Such curiosity is not merely a personality trait, but a gift, a beacon guiding you towards spiritual wisdom and a connection to something far greater than yourself. Think about it. Why were you, out of all those around you, the one who felt compelled to ask, "Why are we here? What does it all mean?" That yearning to seek answers to life's most profound questions points to your spiritual calling, a calling that was likely embedded within you even before you could fully understand its depth. Proverbs offers timeless wisdom when it says, "Call out for insight and cry aloud for understanding." Isn't that exactly what you've been doing all along, perhaps even without realizing it? Now pause for a moment and consider this. Were there times, as a child, when you felt like your curiosity set you apart from others? Maybe while others were content to stay on the surface of life, you couldn't resist diving deeper, pondering questions about the universe, the soul, or the divine plan. How did it feel to carry that weight of curiosity, a hunger that sometimes even the adults around you couldn't satisfy? This kind of spiritual hunger is not ordinary, it's extraordinary. It's a reflection of your inner connection to divine energy, the kind of connection that only a chosen few seem to carry within them. Albert Einstein once said, "The important thing is not to stop questioning. Curiosity has its own reason for existing." Can you see how this deep, innate drive to question everything might have been one of the first signs that you were set apart for a unique spiritual journey? Your curiosity wasn't just about asking questions for the sake of it. It was about searching for truth and meaning. Even as a child, you likely had an inner knowing, a feeling that life was about more than just going through the motions. Perhaps you were drawn to stories of heroism, morality, or divine intervention. Or maybe you found yourself fascinated by the mysteries of nature and the cosmos, as if every tree, every star, and every sunrise held a secret it wanted to share with you. Do you remember how alive you felt in those moments of discovery? That energy was your spirit aligning with its higher purpose, preparing you for the spiritual wisdom you would grow into as an adult. So, let me ask you this. What questions from your childhood still linger in your heart today? Are there unanswered mysteries that continue to stir your soul and guide you forward? Your curiosity is not a weakness or a distraction. It's a divine compass, pointing you toward a life of deeper meaning, purpose, and connection. It's proof that you've always been destined to carry spiritual wisdom, not only for your own growth, but as a light for others who may not yet know how to ask these questions themselves. After all, aren't the curious ones the seekers, the wanderers, the dreamers, who often uncover the truths that change the world? 10. Fascination with faith stories. As a child, you might have found yourself mesmerized by stories filled with acts of faith, resilience, and extraordinary courage. Whether it was the tale of David fearlessly facing the giant Goliath, or the inspiring journeys of missionaries and reformers, these narratives stirred something profound within you, almost as if they were lighting a fire in your soul. This fascination wasn't simply a child's curiosity. It was an early sign of your spiritual path taking shape. Hebrews beautifully encapsulates this, reminding us that we are surrounded by a great cloud of witnesses who urge us to persevere in our spiritual journey. These stories resonated with you because they mirrored the challenges and triumphs you were destined to face. They reminded you that faith, even in the face of overwhelming odds, could move mountains and transform lives. In modern life, we often become desensitized to stories of faith, brushing them off as relics of the past or mere anecdotes. However, your childhood connection to these tales was not just about admiration, it was about preparation. It taught you that faith and courage are timeless virtues, not confined to ancient texts, but alive and powerful in the present. Think of the countless moments today where resilience and faith are required, standing firm in your values when the world demands compromise, persevering in your career amidst uncertainty, or holding on to hope during personal trials. The lessons from those early stories remind you that spiritual strength isn't about avoiding challenges, but embracing them with a heart anchored in belief and a mind steadfast in purpose. As an adult, this early fascination is a reminder to reconnect with the spiritual foundation you felt as a child. In an age where distractions abound and cynicism can cloud our perspective, returning to these stories can reignite your inner strength and sense of purpose. They remind you that the essence of spiritual awakening lies in understanding that you are part of a larger narrative, one where perseverance, faith, and courage are the guiding lights. Let these childhood inspirations fuel your journey forward. Let them serve as a compass, helping you navigate the challenges of modern life while keeping your spiritual flame alive. Remember, those who inspired you in stories long ago weren't perfect. They were simply willing to step into the unknown with faith. And so can you. Take a moment today to reflect on the stories that moved you as a child. What lessons did they offer, and how can they guide you now? In doing so, you may find that the fascination you felt then was the universe whispering that you, too, are part of a divine plan, destined to inspire and overcome. The race isn't over. Your spiritual awakening is still unfolding, one step, one act of courage, and one leap of faith at a time. As we conclude, remember that recognizing these signs from your childhood is just the first step on your journey as a chosen one. Every stage of your life holds the potential for growth, transformation, and the opportunity to inspire those around you. Your light is a gift not only for your own path, but to uplift and reflect God's love to others. If these signs resonate with you, take a moment to reflect on how they've shaped your journey and share your thoughts in the comments below. Let's grow together as a community of faith and discovery. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom for more insights to guide you on your spiritual awakening. Amen. Chosen ones, indicators of spiritual growth and the shift to a crystalline body. Just when the caterpillar thought the world was over, it became a butterfly. This profound saying reminds us that transformation, while often challenging, leads to a more radiant and awakened self. Are you noticing changes within your mind, body, and spirit? Feeling more connected to the earth, or sensing shifts within your very being? These are signs of your ascension and evolution into a crystalline state, a journey that reveals your higher self and connects you to the universe's boundless energy. Today on Spiritual Wisdom, we'll explore the signs of spiritual growth and physical shifts that signify this transformation. Have you experienced any of these changes? Share your thoughts and journey in the comments, and let's inspire each other on this path toward a more illuminated life. Let's dive in and embrace the incredible potential within us all. The journey of spiritual transformation leads us toward what some call a crystalline body, an elevated state where both physical and spiritual energies align, allowing for deeper connection with higher frequencies. This shift begins with an inner transformation that gradually purifies our energy, letting us receive, hold, and transmit spiritual vibrations with greater clarity. It's not about physically becoming crystalline, but rather refining our spiritual essence, similar to a crystal's purity and transparency. First, this shift enhances sensitivity to energies around us. Many people notice an increased capacity for empathy, a sharper intuition, and a greater understanding of themselves and others. These changes bring clarity and awareness, helping us recognize patterns, beliefs, and attachments that may no longer serve us. Just as a crystal amplifies energy without distortion, our energy field becomes clearer and more attuned, guiding us toward deeper insights and emotional balance. Second, embracing this journey invites shifts in lifestyle and habits. Many find themselves gravitating toward healthier choices, spending more time in nature, or adopting meditation practices that deepen their connection to higher frequencies. This transformation encourages a holistic approach to life, where physical wellness aligns with spiritual growth, creating harmony between body and soul. Third, this journey is not about reaching a fixed endpoint. Instead, it's a continuous evolution. Like a crystal forming under pressure over time, our spiritual self refines through each experience, each moment of growth. This mindset helps us approach change with openness, viewing challenges as opportunities for spiritual insight and deeper self-awareness. Every phase of this journey is a step toward living a life that resonates with love, peace, and truth, aligning with our highest self. And integrating spirituality with everyday life becomes a key part of this transformation. The crystalline journey doesn't separate spiritual practices from daily responsibilities. Instead, it invites us to approach them with awareness and intention, seeing each task as a way to express our spiritual values. This alignment creates a balanced reality where physical and spiritual dimensions coexist, helping us experience the beauty and meaning in everyday moments. In essence, this shift to a crystalline state is about embracing change, refining our inner energy, and fostering a deeper, clearer connection to our true selves. This journey empowers us to live consciously, with purpose and fulfillment, as we step into a reality where both material success and spiritual abundance become part of a unified, harmonious life experience. Are you ready to embrace your crystalline transformation? If this journey resonates with you, let's take the first step together. Comment below, "I am ready to elevate," to show your commitment to this path of spiritual clarity and alignment. Let's connect, grow, and shine together on this incredible journey. As the chosen ones progress in their spiritual awakening, a notable transformation occurs, of a shift from relying on physical food to finding sustenance in energy. This transition doesn't imply abandoning food altogether. Rather, it signifies moving away from heavy, dense nourishment toward lighter, more ethereal sources that align with an elevated state of being. When we start embodying more light, the body naturally gravitates away from dense foods, instead seeking higher frequency sustenance like plant-based options or periods of fasting. This shift reflects our readiness to embrace nourishment from pure energy sources, recognizing that universal energy, or prana, can fuel our bodies, minds, and spirits. A second key aspect of this journey involves trusting life to provide what we need without feeling dependent solely on material sustenance. Many who undergo this change notice they feel rejuvenated after meditating or spending time in nature. This newfound energy doesn't merely change dietary preferences. It highlights our ability to thrive on forces that go beyond physical matter, moving us toward a crystalline state, an integrated alignment of body, mind, and spirit. With each step, we shed denser layers of ourselves, creating space for a refined, light-infused existence where energy flows naturally, supporting both physical health and spiritual connection. This journey encourages a profound lesson. By focusing on energetic sustenance, we align with the universe's inherent abundance. This teaches us that we're always supported by a limitless source of energy that sustains us at our core. This path to spiritual nourishment isn't about depriving ourselves, but embracing the infinite supply that the universe offers. For the chosen ones, this shift to ethereal nourishment symbolizes an awakening to a higher, more harmonious frequency, a life filled with resilience, balance, and inner peace. It's an invitation to embody the light we carry within, leading the way for others by showing what's possible when we fully realize our divine potential. Did this resonate with your journey? If so, comment "Elevate" below to affirm your alignment with this path of ethereal nourishment. Let's grow together in understanding and share this light with others. If you feel called, like, subscribe, and join our community for more insights into awakening your inner potential. The journey of ascension is a transformation that affects not only the spirit, but also the physical body, manifesting in real and sometimes unexpected ways. You might feel shifts in energy, experience heightened sensitivity, or even notice sudden changes in your mood. These aren't random occurrences. They are signs of spiritual growth, as your body aligns with higher energies. This shift is often called the transformation to a crystalline body, where our cells resonate with a higher frequency, mirroring the precise, ordered structure of crystals. This physical alignment with spiritual growth can be felt through sensations such as warmth, tingling, or increased sensitivity, particularly during meditation or moments of positive focus. Our physical bodies, especially in molecular structure, are already crystalline in nature, with water composing much of our being and naturally able to hold and transfer energy. This alignment allows us to access higher frequencies, which can trigger emotional releases, allowing past wounds to rise, heal, and ultimately transform. Emotions, vivid dreams, and shifts in sleep patterns are common during this period, as the energy body adjusts to its new state. As intuition sharpens, you may also notice synchronicities, frequent patterns, or meaningful coincidences as the universe communicates guidance along this spiritual path. This heightened state aligns with the wisdom of Pierre Teilhard de Chardin, who observed, "We are not human beings having a spiritual experience. We are spiritual beings having a human experience." With this crystalline shift, we access a more profound sense of clarity, moving towards greater compassion and connection. This process invites us to release old habits, beliefs, and patterns that no longer serve us, creating space for love, understanding, and higher purpose. To integrate these changes smoothly, grounding is essential. Simple practices like walking barefoot on the earth or spending time in nature help stabilize these new frequencies, anchoring us to the physical world while we ascend. Physical symptoms, like muscle tension or fatigue, are temporary markers of this transformative journey. Grounding keeps us balanced, reminding us that ascension is about enhancing reality, not escaping it. As Rumi expressed, "The wound is the place where the light enters you," suggesting that even discomfort is a sign of spiritual evolution, helping us release old energies and open to higher understanding. For those experiencing this transformation, trust that each shift, each symptom, and each synchronicity is a sign of progress. Allow yourself to embrace these changes, be patient with the process, and know that every sensation is part of awakening your true self. Rumi also reminds us, "What you seek is seeking you," reflecting that the journey toward a crystalline body is a return to your essence, connecting with divine energy and purpose. With each step, you draw closer to your limitless potential, finding a new sense of peace, clarity, and connection to the beauty of existence. If you resonate with this journey of spiritual and physical transformation, please give this video a thumbs up and share it with others on the same path. Your support helps us continue creating content that guides and uplifts, empowering you to embrace your highest potential every day. Experiencing intense emotional shifts and changes in behaviors and interests are significant indicators of spiritual growth. These emotional upheavals serve as a form of cleansing, where repressed emotions and unresolved traumas surface, allowing us to release the lower energies that weigh us down. Through this process, each layer of past conditioning sheds away, bringing us closer to our true selves. As our spirit aligns with higher frequencies, the people, hobbies, and routines that once felt essential may no longer resonate. This shift isn't simply about changing interests, it's about recalibrating our inner energy, allowing compassion, empathy, and patience to replace old patterns of fear, jealousy, or resentment. Society often encourages us to suppress emotions, viewing discomfort as something to overcome quickly. But spirituality teaches that confronting these feelings is part of genuine growth. By allowing these emotions to move through us, we can heal deeply, letting go of what no longer serves us and making space for what does. This is a period of self-discovery, where we start to uncover our true values and interests. Rather than clinging to old expectations, embracing these changes with patience and self-compassion is essential, as they guide us toward a more authentic self. During this transformation, it's natural to drift from certain people or activities that no longer align with our evolving spirit. This shift creates room for new connections and pursuits that better reflect our current values. We may find ourselves drawn to friendships and interests that encourage emotional and spiritual fulfillment, deepening our sense of purpose and belonging. Though this journey can feel isolating at times, many others experience similar shifts, forming a collective movement toward a more awakened state. Embracing these changes with openness allows us to welcome new opportunities and relationships that support our highest potential, helping us align with the authentic, peaceful, and joyful life we seek. If you're experiencing these shifts and feel the pull toward a deeper, more authentic self, you're not alone. Subscribe and hit the notification bell to join our community, where we explore spiritual growth, emotional healing, and alignment with your highest self. Together, let's embrace the path toward true inner peace and fulfillment. Experiencing a deep connection to your higher self often brings powerful waves of emotion and fatigue, marking a pivotal step in personal ascension. This transformation is more than physical. It's an integration that aligns you with your true essence, guiding you toward a higher state of consciousness and inner peace. Emotions may surface unexpectedly, and moments of tiredness may call you to rest more than usual. These aren't setbacks, but signals that your spirit is evolving, shedding old patterns, and preparing for a lighter, expansive existence. By tuning into these shifts, you align with your soul's language and deepen your understanding of who you are at a core level. As this spiritual awakening unfolds, you might feel changes within your physical body, often referred to as a crystalline body shift. This phase is symbolic of releasing dense energies and embracing a more refined vibration that enhances your connection to the spiritual world. Your body, acting as a sacred home for your spirit, may feel sensitive and require extra care and nurturing during this time. Allow yourself to honor these needs. Rest when fatigued. Embrace practices that uplift your soul, and acknowledge the physical adjustments as part of your journey to a more profound awareness. This process can also sharpen your intuition, enabling you to perceive beyond surface-level truths and guiding you to paths that resonate with your authentic self. Each person's journey of spiritual awakening is unique, with no two experiences exactly alike. Every emotion, every lesson serves to lead you closer to your highest potential. During times of doubt or exhaustion, remember these are temporary stages designed to prepare you for transformation. By embracing and trusting in this process, you align with a universal flow that supports your growth. Each emotion offers a message, perhaps highlighting an area needing healing or release, and by acknowledging it, you step into a more harmonious and authentic existence. This journey doesn't seek perfection. It calls for genuine self-discovery, guiding you to live in alignment with your soul's purpose. On a practical level, the shift toward a crystalline, higher vibration body increases your sensitivity to energy, making you more aware of life's interconnectedness. This is an invitation from your higher self to let go of beliefs and habits that hinder your growth, encouraging you to recognize your inner power and limitless potential. You are being called to step fully into your light, embracing the path of spiritual awakening as a chosen one. As you follow this journey, remember that it's a reconnection with your true essence. You hold the power to create a life filled with joy, purpose, and love. And this process helps you rediscover that truth. Trust your intuition, nurture your spirit, and know that each step is leading you closer to where you're truly meant to be. Physical reactions during spiritual encounters. Night sweats, intense dreams, and energy surges often occur during spiritual awakening. These aren't random. They're signs that your body is clearing low-frequency energies, allowing you to align with higher dimensions. When you experience these symptoms, your body is purging old energies that no longer serve you, preparing you to receive higher vibrations. Night sweats can be a sign of your body releasing deeply held, lower energies. As your frequency rises, old energies stored within you surface and are released. This is like a spiritual detox, where your body is cleansing itself, enabling your energy to become lighter and more aligned with higher realms. Intense dreams often accompany spiritual growth. These vivid dreams act as messages from your higher self, bringing wisdom and guidance. They reveal symbols, colors, and experiences that are not just random, but hold deeper meanings meant to guide your journey. Reflecting on these dreams can bring insights that help you connect with your inner wisdom. Energy surges, moments of heightened sensation or vibration, are signs that your body is adjusting to a new energetic state. Just as a radio tunes to a new frequency, your body is tuning into a higher vibration. This can feel overwhelming, but indicates that you're becoming more attuned to spiritual dimensions. As you evolve spiritually, some traditions describe a shift toward a crystalline body structure, a gradual transition from carbon-based cells to a higher, more light-filled state. This shift represents your alignment with crystalline energies, which are purer, clearer, and resonate with universal love and wisdom. At a cellular level, your body is adapting to hold more light, enhancing your connection to higher consciousness. Physical discomfort during this shift isn't uncommon. It's part of shedding the old and welcoming the new. Rumi's wisdom. The wound is the place where the light enters you, beautifully encapsulates this process. When you feel discomfort or even emotional upheaval, know that this is light entering, healing, and transforming you from within. Rather than seeing these symptoms as inconveniences, view them as blessings marking your growth. Each night, sweat, dream, or surge of energy is a sign that you're aligning with a new spiritual self. Your body and spirit are merging in a sacred process, leading you toward a life of higher awareness, peace, and joy. This transformation is an invitation to explore your spiritual potential deeply, courageously embracing every part of your journey. Are you ready to trust this process and see every physical reaction as a message guiding you closer to your highest self? The path of spiritual awakening and transformation awaits. Comment, "I resonate," if you felt these physical reactions on your path, or "not quite," if you see it differently. Let's dive into this powerful journey together. Symptoms like dizziness and memory lapses signal dimensional shifts that often accompany spiritual growth. These experiences indicate our energy adjusting to higher frequencies, shedding old patterns and beliefs to make way for a new, expanded consciousness. Dizziness can remind us to ground ourselves amid daily responsibilities, helping us stay connected to both body and mind. Memory lapses, instead of causing frustration, clear out unnecessary information, creating space for intuitive insights and deeper wisdom. Shifting to a crystalline state is not just a metaphysical concept, it reflects our growth as beings of light and energy. Like a crystal that amplifies light, this state enhances our resilience, clarity, and spiritual connection. Our evolution radiates positivity, influencing those around us and strengthening our connection to universal energy. Navigating these ascension challenges requires intentional practices like meditation, grounding, and mindful breathing. These habits allow us to ease through transitions gracefully, acknowledging that growth is rarely linear. In a society focused on productivity, giving ourselves permission to slow down and listen becomes vital. Embracing moments of disorientation as realignment opportunities allows us to release anything blocking our spiritual progress. Each symptom, rather than being a setback, represents a powerful transformation toward balance, awareness, and fulfillment. The spiritual shifts we experience are a reminder of our potential for profound growth, guiding us toward a life in tune with our highest self and deepest purpose. As you embark on your spiritual awakening, you may encounter experiences that feel unfamiliar or unsettling. Out-of-body experiences and feelings of alienation often arise during this transformative journey, signaling a shift toward higher dimensional consciousness. When you sense yourself floating outside your body or feeling detached from your environment, this is usually a sign that your energy is aligning with a higher vibration. Such sensations can lead to questioning your reality, but they are crucial markers of your spiritual growth. These feelings indicate that your spirit is expanding, pushing the limits of the physical self to access a broader and more interconnected awareness. You might find yourself feeling disoriented, as if navigating a world that seems both familiar and strange. In truth, your reality is changing. As you raise your frequency, your perception evolves, allowing you to tap into energies and dimensions that were previously inaccessible. It's natural to feel isolated during this phase, especially if those around you are not on a similar spiritual journey. However, this sense of alienation is part of shedding old layers. Your awareness transcends the material world, guiding you toward the emergence of a crystalline bod, a more refined version of yourself, that is capable of perceiving truths beyond physical senses. You may notice sounds, colors, and even bodily sensations feeling more intense or peculiar. This adaptation signifies that your spirit is recalibrating to a new level of understanding. The process of spiritual awakening invites you to trust that every experience, even those that seem unusual or isolating, is bringing you closer to your authentic self. As your perception broadens, so does your ability to connect with the energy of all beings, facilitating a shift from separation to unity. It is like peeling back the layers of an onion, revealing a core that has always been there, waiting to be discovered. Embrace these experiences, including the challenging ones, as they represent the growth of your spiritual body and the crystallization of your energy field. This journey leads you from mere existence to a true embodiment of your spiritual essence. Throughout these experiences, remember that you are never truly alone. Countless souls share similar journeys, feeling the same pull toward a higher state of consciousness and unity with the divine. While out-of-body experiences and feelings of alienation are often misunderstood, they signify your movement beyond the limitations of everyday life. You are becoming more attuned to the cosmic rhythm, aligning with a deeper truth that transcends words. While this journey may feel isolating at times, it is a powerful testament to your strength and your ability to evolve. By embracing these shifts, you are cultivating a crystalline body, a physical manifestation of your higher self that is purified and ready to channel higher frequencies of love, wisdom, and insight. If this resonates with you and you're embracing your spiritual awakening, take a moment to share your journey in the comments below by writing, "I am awakening." Let's support each other as we navigate these transformative experiences, celebrating our growth and the emergence of our higher selves. Together, we can explore the profound truths that connect us all on this incredible path of unity and enlightenment. Feeling called to something greater often aligns with the concept of being a chosen one. This idea signifies that individuals are awakening to their spiritual potential and embarking on transformative journeys. As you explore your path in spirituality, recognizing the signs of spiritual growth is crucial. These signs connect to the shift toward a crystalline body, representing a new state of being that resonates with higher frequencies of consciousness. The ascension process is not just a personal journey. It encompasses a collective awakening, and your unique experiences are essential to this transformation. Recognizing the indicators of your spiritual growth is the first step in this ascension journey. You may experience heightened sensitivity to surrounding energies, enhanced intuition, or extraordinary encounters. A deeper connection to nature may also emerge, drawing you to the earth and its rhythms. These signs are not coincidences. They are invitations to delve deeper into your inner self and align with your true essence. As Eckhart Tolle wisely stated, awareness is the greatest agent for change. Cultivating awareness allows you to navigate your spiritual journey with intention and clarity. Meditation serves as a powerful practice to support this process. Dedicating time to sit in stillness creates an opportunity for your mind and body to connect with higher energies. Through regular meditation, you may receive insights, clarity, and a sense of peace that transcends everyday experiences. Nurturing your spiritual growth also contributes to the collective awakening of those around you. Imagine the power of many individuals coming together in meditation, aligning their energies for the greater good. During your practice, reflect on questions such as, what truths am I uncovering within? How can I use these insights to benefit others? Grounding is equally vital to your journey. As you ascend to higher frequencies, feelings of unbalance or disconnection from reality may arise. Grounding helps you remain anchored, allowing you to experience the world without feeling overwhelmed. Simple actions, such as walking barefoot on the earth, connecting with the elements, or visualizing roots extending from your body into the ground can facilitate this connection. Such practices remind you of your place in the universe and the energy flowing through you. Ram Dass articulated this beautifully when he said, "We're all just walking each other home." Grounding not only nurtures your well-being, but enhances your ability to support others on their journeys. As you progress in the ascension process, consider the community surrounding you. Sharing your experiences with others amplifies understanding and fosters a supportive environment for collective growth. You may find that the people in your life resonate with your spiritual journey, providing encouragement and insights. Engage in conversations about spirituality and ascension to weave a rich tapestry of experiences that benefits everyone involved. Remember the words of Lao Tzu, "The journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step." Each step, no matter how small, is part of a larger path toward greater awareness. The concept of the crystalline body emerges as a significant aspect of your spiritual evolution. This transformation involves releasing old patterns, beliefs, and energetic blockages that no longer serve you. As you let go of these layers, you create space for higher vibrational energies to enter your life. You may find yourself feeling lighter, more intuitive, and more connected to your inner wisdom. Patience is vital during this process, as it can feel overwhelming at times. Reflect on questions like, what beliefs am I ready to release? How can I welcome new energies into my life? Embracing the ascension process encourages adopting new practices that align with your evolving self. Explore activities such as journaling, energy healing, or participating in spiritual workshops. Each of these practices offers valuable insights and tools to assist you on your journey. For example, journaling can help you reflect on your thoughts and feelings, revealing patterns that need addressing. Consider how your understanding of spirituality has changed over time and what revelations have emerged. Documenting your journey not only provides clarity, but also creates a personal roadmap to guide you through future challenges. As we wrap up our exploration of the signs of spiritual growth and the transformative journey toward a crystalline body, remember that each of us is on a unique path of awakening. Embracing these shifts not only enriches your personal growth, but also enhances your connection to the universe and those around you. I encourage you to integrate these principles into your daily life, nurturing your sensitivity to energies and making choices that resonate with your evolving spirit. How have you experienced these changes in your own journey? I'd love to hear your thoughts. Share your experiences in the comments below. If you found this video inspiring, please like, subscribe, and join our community at Spiritual Wisdom, where we support one another in our pursuit of enlightenment. Together, let's continue to elevate and shine brightly on our spiritual paths. Why chosen ones are struggling financially. Spiritual wisdom. Many are called, but few are chosen. Matthew 22:14. Have you ever felt like, despite your faith, your hard work, and your heart for serving others, financial struggles just won't let go? Why do those who are chosen by God often face such hardships, while others seem to prosper effortlessly? Is this a test, a lesson, or something much greater? In today's video, we're diving deep into the spiritual wisdom behind financial struggles and why they often come upon God's chosen ones. This truth will challenge the way you see your situation and may just unlock a new perspective on your journey. Stay with me, and let's explore God's divine purpose together. 1. Financial lack is not always a sign of God's absence. Many of the chosen ones find themselves asking, if I'm walking in my purpose, why am I struggling financially? The world teaches us that prosperity is the sign of favor, but spiritual awakening reveals a deeper truth. Financial lack is not always a sign of God's absence. In fact, it can be a tool in His sovereign hand, molding you into the person He has called you to be. I know this isn't easy to hear, especially when bills are stacking up. Opportunities seem distant, and you feel like the world has overlooked you. But let me remind you, God does not use lack to destroy you. He uses it to develop you. The struggle you're facing is not meant to break you. It's meant to build something within you that abundance never could. When everything is taken away, what remains? Faith, dependence, spiritual growth. You are being refined like gold in the fire, and that process is never comfortable. Think about Joseph, betrayed by his brothers, sold into slavery, falsely accused, and thrown into prison. He could have questioned why God allowed such hardships, but every setback was a setup for something greater. God was shaping his character, stretching his faith, and preparing him for a position of influence that would have been impossible had he not first walked through the valley of lack. Likewise, your financial struggle is not a sign that you are forgotten. It is a season where God is strengthening your foundation. Many chosen ones wonder, why would a loving God allow financial struggle? But consider this: money is a tool, not the source. True provision comes from God, not a paycheck. Sometimes He allows seasons of scarcity to break our reliance on material wealth and deepen our trust in Him. When you have nothing left but faith, that's when you truly understand where your help comes from. This world is obsessed with financial success, measuring worth by bank balances and possessions. But God operates on a different system. Spiritual abundance outweighs material wealth every time, and those who are truly chosen often experience financial hardship as part of their training. Jesus himself, the King of Kings, did not live in luxury. He had no earthly riches, yet he carried the greatest treasure: wisdom, power, and an unshakable connection to the Father. That same connection is what God is developing in you. When you feel the weight of financial strain, ask yourself, what is God teaching me in this season? Perhaps it's patience, resilience, a deeper understanding of stewardship, or even a call to shift your perspective on what true wealth really is. In today's fast-paced world, it's easy to compare yourself to others, scrolling through social media and seeing people flaunt their wealth while you wonder why your breakthrough hasn't come yet. But remember, God's timeline is not dictated by human standards. Your spiritual awakening is a journey, and financial struggle is often a part of it. He's teaching you how to steward blessings before they come, ensuring that when financial increase arrives, your heart remains in the right place. Look at the great men of faith. Many endured hardship before stepping into their calling. King David was anointed long before he was appointed. He spent years running from Saul, living in caves, and experiencing lack before he sat on the throne. God does not rush the process, and your season of struggle has a divine purpose. Instead of asking, "Why am I broke?" start asking, "What is God preparing me for?" Wealth that comes too soon, without the spiritual maturity to handle it, can become a curse rather than a blessing. Your financial challenges are shaping you into someone who will one day handle abundance with wisdom, generosity, and humility. So, take heart. You are not alone, and you are not forgotten. If you are struggling financially right now, don't let discouragement take root. See this as a time of preparation. God is strengthening your faith, refining your character and positioning you for something greater. Be faithful, continue to seek Him, and remember that just because you lack money doesn't mean you lack purpose. The chosen ones walk a different path, and sometimes that means going through trials before stepping into the promise. Be persistent, because what God has for you is worth the wait. If you are determined, comment below, "I am persistent in this journey," and let's continue together. 2. Spiritual warfare and attacks by the enemy. Let's talk about spiritual warfare and financial struggles. Some of you are not struggling because of bad decisions, laziness, or a lack of effort. No, your financial hardship is not a reflection of your worth or work ethic. It's a battle being fought in the spiritual realm. The enemy knows exactly who you are in the kingdom of God, and he recognizes the power you carry. If you had financial freedom, you wouldn't just accumulate wealth for yourself. You would sow into God's kingdom, break generational cycles of poverty, and be a blessing to others. That's why the enemy fights so hard to keep you in check, throwing obstacles in your path, making opportunities disappear, and keeping you feeling stuck. But hear me clearly. This is not a sign that you are forgotten or forsaken. It is evidence that you are a threat. Your struggle is proof of your significance. If you were insignificant, the enemy wouldn't bother with you. But because you carry a divine purpose, because your wealth would serve a greater mission, spiritual resistance has come against you. Ephesians 6:12 tells us plainly, "For we do not wrestle against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this age, against spiritual hosts of wickedness in the heavenly places." Your financial battle isn't just natural, it's spiritual. And when you understand that, you begin to fight differently. You stop relying solely on human strategies and start engaging in spiritual warfare. You start declaring God's promises over your life, standing firm in faith and refusing to be moved by temporary circumstances. The enemy may try to block your blessings, but he cannot stop what God has already ordained for you. Just look at how many successful people in the Bible faced financial hardship before stepping into abundance. Joseph was sold into slavery before managing Egypt's wealth. Job lost everything before receiving double. And the Israelites wandered in the wilderness before entering the promised land. Their struggles were not the end of their story, and neither is yours. Think about a modern example. An entrepreneur who dreams of building a business that funds ministries, helps the needy, and supports their family. Every time they get close to breakthrough, another setback comes. A deal falls through. An unexpected expense arises. Or they face rejection after rejection. From a worldly perspective, they might think they're just unlucky. But from a spiritual perspective, it's clear. The enemy is terrified of what will happen when they walk in financial freedom. And that's exactly why they must persevere. The lesson here? Your struggle is not meant to break you, it's meant to build you. It's sharpening your faith, teaching you endurance, and preparing you for the abundance God has for you. So what can you do? First, recognize that this is a spiritual battle. Pray, fast, and declare God's word over your finances. Second, don't let frustration make you give up. Your persistence is part of your breakthrough. Third, remain faithful with what you have. Steward your resources wisely. Give even when it feels small, and trust that God is working behind the scenes. Finally, shift your mindset. Stop seeing financial struggle as a punishment and start seeing it as preparation. Because when God blesses you, it won't just be for you. It will be for generations, for the kingdom, and for His glory. Keep pressing forward. Choose one. Your breakthrough is coming, and when it does, it will be undeniable that God was with you all along. If this message resonates with you, don't forget to like this video and share it with others who might need these great values. Let's continue this conversation and go deeper into what these values really mean. 3. God is testing your heart for integrity. Have you ever wondered why, despite your faithfulness, financial difficulties seem to haunt you? If you are a chosen person, walking in God's purpose, your financial difficulties may not be a punishment, but a divine test of the integrity of your heart. Money is one of the greatest revealers of character, exposing where our motives, desires, and true loyalties lie. Are you seeking God's will, or are you pursuing wealth? Do you trust Him as your provider, or is your heart secretly serving money? Jesus Himself made it clear in Matthew chapter 6, verse 24. No one can serve two masters. Either you will hate the one and love the other, or you will be loyal to the one and despise the other. You cannot serve both God and money. This verse is not just about choosing between good and evil, but also about the condition of your heart when faced with material challenges. In His infinite wisdom, God sometimes withholds financial prosperity to refine you, to remove pride, conceit, and any hidden greed that may be lurking within you. He is not just blessing you, He is preparing you to handle the blessing. If wealth comes too soon, will it bring you closer to Him or further away from Him? Will you use it as a tool to serve others and expand His kingdom, or will it become an idol that distracts you from your divine calling? Consider the story of Job, who lost everything, yet his faith remained unshaken. In the end, God restored him to double what he had before, not because Job pursued wealth, but because his heart remained pure. The Lord gave, and the Lord has taken away. Blessed be the name of the Lord. Job chapter 1, verse 21. Likewise, your financial hardships are not meant to break you down, but to build you up. It is in these moments that God watches how you handle scarcity, knowing that your response to scarcity is an indication of how you will handle abundance. Will you complain, doubt, and compromise your values, or will you trust in His perfect timing? Proverbs chapter 3, verses 5 and 6 remind us, "Trust in the Lord with all your heart, and lean not on your own understanding. In all your ways submit to Him, and He shall make straight your paths." What if your financial hardships were a divine arrangement to elevate you spiritually before He elevated you materially? What if He is teaching you how to manage your resources wisely, so that when He blesses you, your heart remains humble and your hands remain open to give? Ask yourself this: if God gave you everything you wanted right now, would you still seek Him with the same fervor? Would you still pray with the same desperation? Would you still walk in obedience, or would financial security make you complacent? This is why God allows His chosen ones to go through seasons of struggle, not as rejection, but as preparation. Remember, for the Lord disciplines the one He loves, as a father disciplines the son in whom He delights. Proverbs chapter 3, verse 12. So instead of viewing your financial struggles as a curse, view them as a refining fire, cleansing your heart and aligning your motives with God's will. Be faithful, because when the time comes, He will open the gates of heaven and pour down a blessing so great that you will have no room to receive it. Are you up to the challenge? If you believe you can, comment below, "I definitely will," as your affirmation on this journey. 4. You are in a season of preparation for greater things. Struggling financially? Feeling like you're constantly pushing forward but never quite breaking through? Listen closely. This isn't a sign of failure. It's a season of preparation. When God chooses someone for a greater purpose, He refines them through trials, just as fire purifies gold. This is why so many chosen ones face financial struggles, not because they are forgotten, but because they are being prepared. Think about David before he wore the crown. He was tending sheep in isolation. Before Joseph ruled in Egypt, he endured betrayal, slavery, and prison. Their hardships were not punishment, they were training grounds. Likewise, your current struggles are shaping you into a vessel strong enough to carry the blessings and responsibilities God has destined for you. Do not despise this season of lack. It is in this very place that your faith is being stretched, your spiritual awakening is deepening, and your endurance is being forged. Romans chapter 5 verses 3 to 4 reminds us, "We also glory in our sufferings, because we know that suffering produces perseverance. Perseverance, character, and character, hope." Right now, you are being positioned for something far greater than you can see. This isn't just about money, it's about spiritual insight, discipline, and trust in God's timing. If blessings came without preparation, they would be wasted or misused. Many people who receive wealth without wisdom end up losing it, but those who have been refined through trials become stewards of abundance, knowing that their prosperity is not just for themselves, but for a greater purpose. Your struggle is molding you, teaching you, and building you into the person who can handle the next level of blessings without being consumed by them. In today's fast-paced world, where people chase instant gratification, remember that true, lasting success, both financial and spiritual, comes through endurance and alignment with God's plan. So instead of asking, "Why am I struggling?" start asking, "What is God teaching me in this season?" Let this time refine your character, strengthen your faith, and prepare you for the doors that will open in due time. Because when the season shifts, and it will, you won't just receive blessings, you'll be ready to sustain them. I would love to hear your thoughts on this. What is your perspective on the importance of this value? Share your insights, and let's continue this conversation. Five, God wants you to rely on Him, not material wealth. Beloved, understand this. God desires your dependence on Him, not on material wealth. The world constantly preaches that financial abundance equals security, success, and happiness, but as a chosen one, your journey is different. Have you ever wondered why, despite your faithfulness, you sometimes struggle financially? It's because God is teaching you a deeper truth. Your provision does not come from money, but from Him alone. Remember the Israelites wandering in the wilderness? They had no wealth, no stored riches, yet they never lacked because God provided manna from heaven daily. As Deuteronomy 8:3 says, "Man shall not live by bread alone, but by every word that proceeds from the mouth of God." That same principle applies to you today. The financial struggles you face are not punishments. They are divine lessons meant to detach you from the illusion that money is your source and to root you in the truth that God is your provider. Think about it. How often do people forget God when they're comfortable, when their bank accounts are full and their needs are effortlessly met? They slowly shift their trust from God to wealth, believing that as long as they have money, they are secure. But what happens when money fails? What happens when the stock market crashes, jobs disappear, or unexpected crises drain bank accounts? Those who built their trust in money are left shaken, but those who have learned to rely on God remain unshaken. You, chosen one, are in a season where God is training you to trust Him above all. This is not just about enduring financial hardship. It's about spiritual growth, about breaking the grip of materialism so that your faith stands firm, unshaken by economic circumstances. Let me share a story with you. There was a man named David, a hard-working father of 3, who always prided himself on providing for his family. He had built a successful business, and life was good until an economic downturn wiped out everything. In a matter of months, he went from financial security to struggling to put food on the table. Desperate, he cried out to God, not understanding why this was happening. But in his brokenness, he began to experience something new: true dependence on God. He prayed like never before, sought God's wisdom in every decision, and for the first time, felt peace that wasn't tied to his bank account. Little by little, doors began to open, not in ways he expected, but in ways that strengthened his faith. He realized that before the loss, he had unknowingly placed his trust in money, but through the struggle, he learned to rely fully on God. And now, he has more than just financial stability. He has an unshakable faith that no economic downturn can take away. So ask yourself, are you depending on wealth or are you depending on God? If your financial situation feels unstable, could it be that God is calling you to deeper trust in Him? Chosen ones are not meant to live by the world's standards. You are called to a higher walk, one where faith, not money, is your foundation. Psalm 50:10 reminds us that God owns cattle on 1,000 hills. He lacks nothing, and neither will you if you put your trust in Him. So, instead of fearing lack, embrace this season as an opportunity to grow spiritually. Let it refine you, shape you, and deepen your relationship with your true source, Jehovah Jireh, your provider. What is God teaching you in this season of financial struggle? How is He calling you to trust Him more? Seek Him, and you will find that when you have God, you truly have everything. And if you feel inspired by this message, type, "I trust the process," as a way to affirm your strength, patience, and commitment to growth. Let's grow together. Six, a divine redirection of your focus. Beloved, have you ever considered that your financial struggles might not be a punishment, but rather a divine redirection? Sometimes God withholds financial abundance not to harm you, but to shift your focus from temporary, worldly pursuits to the eternal purpose He has for you. Understanding this true success in the kingdom of God is not measured by the size of your bank account, but by the depth of your spiritual alignment with His will. When money flows effortlessly, it's easy to become entangled in material ambitions, chasing success, comfort, and security in wealth. But when financial hardships arise, they force you to pause, to reflect, and to seek God with a renewed intensity. Proverbs 16:9 reminds us, "In their hearts, humans plan their course, but the Lord establishes their steps." Could it be that your financial struggles are God's way of steering you away from the distractions of worldly success and into His divine purpose for your life? Think about it when the money is abundant. How often do we truly seek God for guidance? But when the flow stops, suddenly our prayers become more fervent, our dependence on Him more profound. This is no accident. God is drawing your attention away from fleeting material wealth and turning your heart toward eternal treasures. Colossians 3:2 instructs us, "Set your minds on things above, not on earthly things." Perhaps He is calling you to something greater, something that requires your full trust in Him rather than in your financial status. In the stillness of financial struggle, God speaks, revealing a purpose that goes beyond money. Could it be that He is leading you into a ministry, a mission, or a service that will impact souls for eternity? Take a moment to reflect. What if your financial limitations are actually a setup for spiritual elevation? What if God is using this season to refine your faith, to test your trust, and to mold you into someone who walks by faith, not by sight? Remember, even Jesus, the Son of God, lived a life that was not defined by material wealth, but by divine purpose. He had no place to lay His head, yet He carried the richest wisdom, the greatest power, and the most profound peace. Are you willing to trust God enough to surrender your financial worries and embrace His higher calling? Spiritual wisdom teaches us that God's provision is not always financial. It is divine guidance, supernatural peace, and eternal rewards. When you shift your focus from what you lack to the purpose God is revealing, you begin to see your struggles not as setbacks, but as stepping stones towards something far greater. So I ask you today, what is God speaking to you in this season? Are you listening? Are you willing to trust that His ways are higher, His thoughts are greater, and His plan for you is beyond what money could ever buy? Isaiah 55:8-9 reminds us, "For my thoughts are not your thoughts, neither are your ways my ways, declares the Lord. As the heavens are higher than the earth, so are my ways higher than your ways, and my thoughts than your thoughts." Hold on to that truth, beloved, because in God's hands, even your financial struggle is part of His divine masterpiece. If you find these prayers helpful, don't hesitate to like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments section below. Let's keep together. 7. God wants to protect you from the dangers of wealth. There is a deep spiritual reason why many of God's chosen ones face financial struggles, and it is not because they are forsaken, it is because they are being protected. Proverbs 16 verse 18 warns us, "Pride goes before destruction, and a haughty spirit before a fall." The truth is, wealth is a powerful force, but it is also a dangerous one. It has a way of creeping into the heart, whispering illusions of self-sufficiency, tempting even the strongest believers to trust in riches rather than in the one who provides. God, in His infinite wisdom, sees beyond what we can comprehend. He knows that financial abundance, if given prematurely, can lead a person down a path of pride, greed, and spiritual blindness. Many of you may feel frustrated by financial lack, questioning why your prayers for abundance seem unanswered. But what if your struggle is not a punishment, but a form of divine protection? What if your current season of lack is a hedge placed around you to guard your soul? Wealth, when placed in the hands of the unprepared, becomes a trap. It convinces people that they no longer need God, that they can rely on their own strength, and that their success is entirely self-made. This is why so many who acquire riches without spiritual grounding end up losing their way, consumed by materialism and an insatiable hunger for more. God knows how money can become an idol, silently replacing Him in the hearts of those who chase after it. Jesus Himself issued a stern warning in Matthew 6 verse 24. "No one can serve two masters. You cannot serve both God and money." It is not that God does not want you to prosper, He does. But He also knows that true prosperity is not found in bank accounts or business success. It is found in a heart that remains anchored in Him, no matter the circumstances. So, if you are struggling financially despite your faithfulness, consider this. God is saying, "Not yet." He is molding you, strengthening your spirit, and teaching you how to handle the weight of wealth without allowing it to handle you. Spiritual awakening often comes through seasons of lack, because it is in those moments that we learn true dependence on God. Think about the Israelites in the wilderness. God could have provided them with an abundance of resources all at once, but instead, He chose to give them manna daily. Why? Because He wanted them to trust Him, to rely on Him as their provider, rather than hoarding wealth and forgetting Him. In the same way, your financial struggle might be the very thing keeping you close to God. It may be what ensures that when He does bless you with more, you will not forget where it came from. Modern society glorifies wealth, making it seem like the ultimate proof of success. But as followers of Christ, we are called to a different standard. God wants you to be financially blessed, but not at the cost of your soul. So instead of asking, "Why am I struggling?" ask, "What is God teaching me?" Because when your spirit is strong enough to carry wealth without it corrupting you, God will open the floodgates of His provision in ways you never imagined. Until then, trust that He is not withholding blessings. He is preparing you for them. Declare today by commenting below, "God is with me," and let that truth sink into your heart. Share this message with someone who might need it, because encouragement multiplies when spoken. 8. to build empathy and compassion for others. Chosen one, I want to remind you that your financial struggles are not just random hardships. They serve a divine purpose in shaping your heart, strengthening your spirit, and deepening your spiritual growth. God allows certain seasons of lack not to punish you, but to refine you, to build in you a heart of empathy and compassion that mirrors His own. As 2 Corinthians 1:4 says, God comforts us in all our troubles so that we can comfort those in any trouble with the comfort we ourselves receive from God. When you experience the weight of financial hardship, the stress of unpaid bills, the uncertainty of making ends meet, the silent prayers whispered in the night, you develop an understanding that cannot be taught in a classroom or found in a book. You learn firsthand what it feels like to walk in the shoes of those who struggle daily, and this knowledge becomes a powerful tool in God's hands. Think about someone who has been through a difficult season and came out stronger. Maybe you know a person who once faced severe financial hardship, but later became a source of help and encouragement to others. Perhaps they started a foundation to assist families in need, or simply became someone who generously gave even when they had little. Their past struggle wasn't in vain. It shaped them into a vessel of God's provision and love. Take Oprah Winfrey, for example. She grew up in poverty, but instead of letting that define her future, she used her experiences to build platforms that uplift and empower others. What if your struggles are doing the same for you? What if God is allowing this season not to break you, but to mold you into someone who will one day be an answer to someone else's prayer? It's easy to question why God would allow financial hardship when you are striving to live a righteous life. But what if this struggle is actually part of His divine training ground? When you have known lack, you will never take abundance for granted. When you have felt hunger, you will always have a heart to feed others. When you have been in need, you will recognize the needs of those around you. Instead of becoming self-absorbed with wealth, you will be a steward of God's blessings, using them to uplift, support, and encourage those still facing their own trials. This is how God shapes His chosen ones, not by making life easy, but by allowing them to walk through seasons that refine their hearts and expand their capacity for love and generosity. So, instead of despising this season, ask yourself, what is God trying to teach me? How can I use my experiences to help someone else? How is this struggle shaping my character and preparing me for the blessings ahead? These are not just hardships. They are lessons, molding you into someone who will carry the weight of God's blessings with wisdom and selflessness. Know that your story is still being written, and every chapter of struggle is preparing you for a future where you will not only be blessed, but will also be a blessing to others. Keep the faith, for in due time, God will turn your season of lack into a testimony of His provision and faithfulness. If this message speaks to you, take it a step further and share it with someone who might need this reminder. Together, we can build connections rooted in honesty and respect. 9. You are not mature enough to handle wealth yet. Let's be honest, one of the reasons many chosen ones are struggling financially is that they are not yet spiritually mature enough to handle wealth the way God intends. Spiritual wisdom teaches us that God's blessings are not just about material wealth, they are about responsibility, character, and purpose. Maturity in the Spirit always comes before the release of abundance, because without it, blessings can turn into burdens. Consider the story of the prodigal son in Luke 15:11-32. He received his inheritance before he was ready, and what happened? He squandered everything in reckless living, ending up in desperation and poverty. His downfall wasn't due to a lack of resources, but a lack of wisdom. In the same way, God may be withholding financial abundance from you, not as a punishment, but as a form of divine protection and preparation. He is cultivating patience, humility, and a heart of stewardship within you. Think about it. What would happen if you received a financial windfall today? Would you use it to fulfill God's purpose in your life? Or would it lead you away from your calling? John D. Rockefeller once said, "The secret to success is to do the common things uncommonly well." God is teaching you how to manage what you have now, so that when greater blessings come, you won't just spend them, you will multiply them and use them for His kingdom. True wealth is not about hoarding money. It's about using it as a tool to serve and uplift others. Many people believe that if they just had more money, all their problems would disappear. But the truth is, money only amplifies who you already are. If you are unwise with a little, you will be reckless with a lot. That's why this season of financial struggle is a test. It is shaping your heart, your habits, and your mindset. Proverbs 3:9-10 reminds us, "Honor the Lord with your wealth and with the first fruits of all your produce. Then your barns will be filled with plenty." God is watching to see how you handle the little before He entrusts you with much. Are you being faithful with what you have now? Are you tithing? Are you practicing generosity even in your struggle? These are the lessons that prepare you for abundance. So instead of asking, "Why am I struggling financially?" ask, "What is God trying to teach me through this struggle?" Could it be that He is refining you so that when wealth does come, it won't corrupt you, but instead, it will elevate you and those around you? Delayed blessings are not denied blessings. They are simply waiting for you to become the person who can handle them with wisdom and purpose. Are you ready for that responsibility? As we wrap up, remember this. You are not financially struggling. You are being spiritually strengthened. God is using this season to shape your faith, refine your heart, and prepare you for a greater purpose. Trust His process, knowing that He is working all things for your good. When the time is right, you will step into financial abundance, not just for yourself, but to fulfill His divine calling. How has this message spoken to you today? Share your thoughts in the comments, and if this video resonated with you, don't forget to like and subscribe for more spiritual wisdom. Stay strong, stay faithful, and keep walking in God's purpose. Chosen ones, they are scared to death. You defeated a group and gang of witches with one-man army. Faith is the strength by which a shattered world shall emerge into the light. This powerful truth, shared by Helen Keller, resonates deeply with today's message. Chosen ones, your courage and unwavering faith turned the tables against overwhelming odds, proving that divine power within is greater than any earthly number. You defeated not just a group, but a gang, standing as a one-man army with unstoppable, untouchable, and divinely guided strength. How do you channel your inner power when faced with challenges? Share your thoughts in the comments below, and let's inspire each other to walk boldly in faith. Together, let's ignite the wisdom of the Spirit. 1. Outnumbered, yet victorious. In a world where many people believe power lies in numbers, the story of a chosen one standing firm against overwhelming odds reveals a deeper truth about the power of divine protection and spiritual awakening. Your enemies relied on their collective strength, thinking that sheer numbers and cunning plans would ensure their victory. They aligned their forces, weaving schemes in the shadows, confident they could bring you down. Yet, as a chosen one, you stood unshaken, guided by the profound inner strength gifted to you by your spiritual journey. Like a lone lighthouse amidst a raging storm, your faith illuminated the path forward, revealing that their power was but an illusion. With every attack they launched, you met it not with fear, but with a steadfast belief in your higher purpose. This battle wasn't just physical, it was deeply spiritual, waged in realms beyond what the eye can see. Their numbers represented the weight of the world's negativity, doubts, fears, and manipulations designed to break your spirit. But as a chosen one, your spiritual awakening elevated you above their reach, allowing you to see through their facades and dismantle their plans with precision and clarity. This divine strength wasn't something you earned by chance. It was forged through the trials and challenges you faced, teaching you to trust the unseen power that surrounds and protects you. Modern life mirrors this spiritual battle. Many men today face overwhelming pressures, from career demands to societal expectations, and often feel outnumbered by the obstacles in their path. Yet, just like in your spiritual victory, the power to overcome doesn't come from external forces or alliances, but from within. When you align yourself with faith and purpose, the seemingly insurmountable loses its power. The adversaries in your life, be they toxic relationships, workplace politics, or personal doubts, are no different from the witches and adversaries in this tale. They may look powerful, but their strength crumbles when faced with the light of resilience and spiritual awakening. In moments of trial, remember that numbers and appearances are deceptive. Victory isn't about matching your enemies with equal force. It's about standing rooted in truth and letting your actions reflect the divine power within you. Life's challenges are not here to destroy you, but to refine you, to teach you the value of unwavering faith and the courage to stand alone when necessary. As you navigate your own battles, draw strength from the knowledge that, like the chosen one, you are never truly alone. Divine forces work through you and around you, ensuring that no matter how daunting the odds may seem, your victory is assured. So when the storms of life come and the enemies gather, take heart. Your story is a story of victory, not because you avoided the battle, but because you faced it head-on, armed with faith and spiritual clarity. Let this be a reminder that you are fully capable of defeating the forces that oppose you, not through numbers, but through the infinite power of spiritual awakening and divine guidance. Keep your head high, your heart strong, and believe that every battle is a step closer to becoming the person you were always meant to be. Comment below, "I am the chosen one," and let's continue this journey together. 2. Exposing their fragility. When you walk a path illuminated by spirituality and spiritual growth, you naturally uncover truths that others would rather keep hidden. There's something profoundly intimidating about someone who moves with unwavering clarity, faith, and a divine sense of purpose, especially to those who rely on collective strength, whispers in the shadows, and fragile illusions of control. You see, collectives, whether they're groups of people bound by shared insecurities or even cliques with darker intentions, thrive on the belief that there's power in numbers. But what happens when one individual, guided by divine wisdom and inner strength, rises above their illusions? They begin to realize their reliance on alliances is futile against someone who embodies independence and stands firm in truth. It's not just that they fear your ability to see through their deception, it's the way you refuse to falter, even when faced with their schemes. Your spiritual journey has sharpened your perception, and your faith makes you untouchable in ways they can't comprehend. Think of a modern parallel. In the workplace, have you ever seen a group of colleagues band together to undermine someone they perceive as a threat? They might spread rumors, build alliances, and create illusions to make the individual feel isolated. But then, something unexpected happens, and the targeted person doesn't engage. They don't retaliate or crumble. Instead, they rise by focusing on their purpose, relying on their skills, and aligning with values higher than office politics. This scenario mirrors a spiritual truth. When you operate with authenticity and divine alignment, no amount of collective plotting can break you. You reveal their fragility simply by standing strong, because their strength was never real, it depended on your reaction. The same principle applies in spiritual battles. Perhaps you faced a group or even a gang that relied on intimidation or manipulation to assert power. Yet, armed with nothing but your faith, clarity, and divine guidance, you dismantled their efforts, not by fighting on their terms, but by refusing to play their game. They fear what they can't control, and your spiritual independence terrifies them because it exposes their weakness. It shows the world that their power isn't in their numbers, but in the illusion they've constructed, and illusions shatter when faced with undeniable truth. So let me ask you, in your own life, how do you handle those who try to dominate through manipulation or fear? Do you shrink back, or do you stand firm in your truth, trusting that your spiritual growth will guide you through? Reflect on this, because the lesson here is vital. Your strength doesn't come from fighting battles their way. It comes from staying aligned with your purpose, trusting in the divine, and moving forward with clarity. Remember, the light of one person walking in truth can expose the darkness of an entire crowd. And in doing so, you not only defeat their schemes, but also inspire others to find their own strength. The message is clear. Stay true to your path, and let your spiritual journey reveal the fragility of those who thrive on control. For in truth, their power holds no weight against divine purpose. If this message resonates with you, don't forget to like this video and share it with others. 3. Strategic solitude. Let me tell you something profound, something you may already sense deep within your spirit. Walking alone, though often misunderstood, is a strategic advantage that carries immense spiritual wisdom. Think about it when you walk alone, free from distractions and the noise of others' opinions. You unlock a clarity and focus that is unmatched. It's not just about isolation. It's about preparation, growth, and alignment with a higher purpose. Your solitude isn't loneliness. It's a sacred space where your energy recalibrates, your vision sharpens, and your spirit strengthens. This kind of independence terrifies those who oppose you because it reflects their own weaknesses. They rely on numbers, on the strength of their groups, their gangs, or their collective force. But you, the chosen one, operate differently. You don't need the validation or support of the crowd because your power comes from within, drawn from a divine source that ensures you are never truly alone. As Ralph Waldo Emerson once said, "To be yourself in a world that is constantly trying to make you something else is the greatest accomplishment." Your ability to stand strong in your truth, even when surrounded by opposition, shows the depth of your connection to this spiritual wisdom. It's no wonder they are afraid. They see in you what they cannot achieve for themselves, a level of freedom that comes from walking your path, even when it's uphill and unpaved. Have you noticed how their attempts to bring you down intensify the moment you step into your power? That's because your independence is a mirror, reflecting their dependency and lack of individual strength. While they rely on schemes, numbers, and manipulation, you've become a one-person army, guided by purpose, faith, and an unshakable belief in your calling. But let's take this deeper. Why do they fear you so much? Is it because they see something in you that they've spent their lives suppressing in themselves? Could it be that your courage to walk alone is a direct threat to their carefully constructed illusions of control? These are the kinds of questions you need to ask yourself, because understanding your journey isn't just about celebrating your victories. It's about recognizing the spiritual dynamics at play. You're not merely fighting physical battles, you're dismantling spiritual strongholds. And here's the kicker. You've done what they thought was impossible. You've defeated groups and gangs of adversaries, not with numbers, but with the power of your resolve and the spiritual wisdom that guides you. They underestimated you because they underestimated the divine force that stands behind you. They thought they could overwhelm you with fear, but they didn't realize that fear has no place in a heart that walks in faith. They thought they could distract you, but solitude taught you how to focus like a laser beam. They thought they could isolate you, but in doing so, They unwittingly pushed you closer to your source of power. So let me ask you, chosen one, what will you do now with this realization? Will you embrace your independence fully, understanding it as both a shield and a sword? Or will you let the doubts of others make you question your path? Remember, he who walks with the wise becomes wise, and sometimes the wise walk alone. Your solitude isn't a setback, it's your strategy, and it's working. Keep moving forward, knowing that your path, though solitary, is illuminated by the divine. Let your independence be your greatest weapon, for it is not only a testament to your strength, but a beacon of the spiritual wisdom that empowers you to rise above and conquer. I would love to hear your thoughts on this. What is your perspective on the importance of this value? Share your insights, and let's continue this conversation. 4. Unshakable faith. Your unshakable faith is a fortress that no force of fear or manipulation can penetrate, and that terrifies those who thrive in shadows. When you carry an unyielding trust in God and your spiritual awakening, you radiate a power that defies their control, leaving them scrambling for ways to subdue you. This kind of faith isn't just about belief, it's about standing firm when life's storms rage, knowing that a higher power guides your steps. History is rich with examples of individuals whose divine connection made them unstoppable, often working alone against insurmountable odds. Think of Elijah, standing fearless before the prophets of Baal, proving that faith in God could ignite a fire no water could quench. Or Buddha, who found enlightenment under the Bodhi tree, transcending earthly temptations and fears to show humanity a path of profound spiritual awakening. These weren't men shielded by armies or wealth. Their power came from within, rooted in a divine certainty that allowed them to rise above challenges most would flee from. In today's world, this kind of faith is no less potent. When faced with criticism, betrayal, or even outright attacks, the chosen ones demonstrate resilience that leaves adversaries baffled and intimidated. Your faith turns their weapons of manipulation, be it lies, deceit, or fear, into mere whispers that cannot reach your soul. This ability to rise above chaos is what makes you stand out. The modern-day battles we face may not involve literal witches or enemies, but they manifest in toxic workplaces, dishonest relationships, and societal pressures that aim to dim your light. Yet, by channeling the same divine energy that guided Elijah or Buddha, you can confront these battles with the calm assurance that no harm can befall you when you walk in alignment with your purpose. Every step of your journey, as the chosen one, reaffirms a truth they cannot deny. Your faith is a weapon they cannot resist. Let this be a reminder that in spiritual warfare, the greatest victories are often won not through force, but through steadfastness, humility, and unwavering belief in your divine mission. When life pushes you, hold fast to your faith. It is the armor that protects you, the compass that guides you, and the torch that lights your path through the darkest nights. By refusing to waver, you continue to inspire others and remind friends and foes who are watching that true power comes from a spiritual awakening that no outside force can extinguish. Embrace this path, knowing that your unwavering connection to the divine is your strongest ally, and with it, you will always be victorious. Comment below. I take this path to show your determination. 5. Fearless resilience. Your ability to stand strong and fearless in the face of opposition is a powerful force that disarms those who seek to control or intimidate you. Fearlessness is more than just courage. It's a profound expression of spiritual growth, a reflection of your unwavering connection to the divine energy within. When faced with a group or even a network of adversaries, such as those who thrive on manipulation or negativity, your lack of fear becomes their greatest obstacle. Imagine a single individual walking into a room filled with people plotting harm, and instead of being overwhelmed, they radiate calm confidence. This disrupts the entire group's energy because their power relies on creating an environment of intimidation and fear. When that foundation crumbles, so do their schemes, leaving them not only exposed, but utterly powerless. Let me tell you a story that resonates with this truth. There was once a young entrepreneur who faced relentless opposition from competitors determined to tarnish her reputation. They spread rumors, used unfair tactics, and created alliances against her. Despite being outnumbered and knowing the stakes were high, she didn't retaliate in kind or succumb to fear. Instead, she focused on her values, her spiritual growth, and her unwavering belief in the power of good energy. With each attempt to bring her down, she stood firm, exuding calm and resilience. Over time, her fearlessness revealed the emptiness of their tactics. Their alliances fractured, their plans backfired, and her business thrived because she refused to let fear dictate her response. Her story shows us that standing firm in spirituality can create ripples of change that turn the tide in your favor. So let me ask you, where in your life can you replace fear with faith? Are there situations where intimidation or negativity seem to dominate? And what would happen if you responded with unwavering strength and spiritual clarity? The beauty of fearlessness is that it's not about ignoring danger or challenge. It's about knowing that your inner light is stronger than anything external. This strength is your armor, and it protects you as you walk through trials that others may view as impossible. The lesson here is clear. Fear is the only tool your adversaries truly have. When you dismantle it, you dismantle their power. As you grow spiritually, you'll discover that fearlessness isn't just a reaction. It's a choice to trust in the higher power guiding you. It's a commitment to embodying the truth that light always overcomes darkness, no matter how overwhelming the odds may appear. Remember, your journey isn't just about defeating external challenges. It's about transforming yourself into someone who transcends them entirely. Fearlessness is your key to breaking free from intimidation and stepping boldly into the life you're meant to lead. The path may not always be easy, but with every step, you're showing the world and yourself the strength of a chosen one. If this message resonates with you, don't forget to like this video and share it with others who might need these great values. Let's continue this conversation and go deeper into what these values really mean. 6. Divine preparation. Have you ever wondered why you feel so alone, like you've been deliberately set apart from the crowd? Let me tell you something powerful. Solitude isn't a punishment, it's preparation. Yes, you heard that right. What you're going through isn't meant to weaken you. It's shaping you into someone extraordinary, someone destined for greatness. Think about David, the shepherd boy who became a king. Long before he faced Goliath, he was isolated in the fields, tending sheep, battling lions and bears, and learning to trust in God's power. That solitude wasn't about punishment, it was about preparation for a moment that would change everything. The same goes for Jesus, who spent 40 days in the wilderness, fasting, praying, and resisting temptation, all to emerge stronger, ready to fulfill his divine mission. Their stories, rooted in spiritual wisdom, show us that isolation can be a divine tool for growth. But let's bring it back to you. Have you noticed how the silence of solitude sharpens your vision and builds your resilience? When the noise of the world fades, you're left alone with your thoughts, your gifts, and your purpose. That's where clarity begins. It's in these moments that you discover who you truly are, and more importantly, who you are meant to be. The chosen ones are often misunderstood because their path isn't ordinary, it's extraordinary. And extraordinary paths require extraordinary preparation. The challenges you face in isolation are strengthening you for the battles ahead. The same way a sword is forged in fire, you're being forged in solitude. You're being prepared to take on forces much greater than yourself, to defeat not just one enemy, but entire groups of opposition, those who may be scared to death because they realize they've underestimated you. Have you ever stopped to think about the spiritual power you're cultivating in these moments? As Eleanor Roosevelt once said, "No one can make you feel inferior without your consent." When you emerge from this period of preparation, the strength and clarity you've gained will make you unstoppable. You'll face adversaries who never thought you could rise above, and yet you will stand stronger than ever. Spiritual wisdom teaches us that the trials we endure aren't here to break us. They're here to mold us. And here's the thing. You don't need a whole army to win your battles. Sometimes being a one-person army is all it takes. With faith, resilience, and divine strength, you're equipped to overcome any challenge. If this message speaks to you, take it a step further and share it with someone who might need this reminder. Together, we can build connections rooted in honesty and respect. Seven, turning isolation into power. Turning isolation into power is one of the most profound transformations a chosen one can undergo. When you find yourself alone, it's not a punishment or a sign of abandonment, but a divine setup for your growth and elevation. Solitude is a sacred space where distractions fall away, allowing your spiritual gifts to flourish and your purpose to sharpen with laser-like precision. Picture this. In the stillness, you gain clarity about who you are and what you are meant to do, away from the noise of the world that tries to dictate your worth or path. It's in this quietness that you learn to trust God more deeply, not as a distant force, but as your closest guide, giving you the strength to move boldly and act with the clarity that comes only from spiritual alignment. Think about those moments in life when you felt isolated, perhaps misunderstood, or even betrayed. What if those moments were actually preparing you for something greater? Consider the story of a single parent who, after years of feeling alone and unsupported, used that solitude to create a business that not only supported their family, but also inspired an entire community. Their isolation became the breeding ground for their resilience and purpose, much like a seed that grows strong roots in the dark, hidden soil. When you step into your spiritual growth during isolation, you begin to see that being alone is not the same as being lonely. It's a season for building, strengthening, and connecting with your higher self. In fact, many of the world's greatest breakthroughs, both spiritual and practical, were born from seasons of solitude. Have you ever considered how much power there is in simply being with yourself and God? How often do we run from our own company, filling the void with distractions, rather than facing the transformative lessons that solitude brings? As chosen ones, you are called to rise above the noise, to embrace solitude as a tool for spiritual empowerment. It's not about shutting people out, but about creating a sacred space to reflect, recharge, and recalibrate. When you emerge from that space, you're not just stronger, you're unstoppable. You've defeated your internal fears, silenced the critics in your mind, and amplified the divine purpose that only you can fulfill. Share your story or simply type, "I am growing," if you're committed to using every moment to improve yourself. Let's keep this conversation going. I can't wait to hear your insights. 8. Inspiring others. Walking your unique path, grounded in purpose and unwavering faith, carries a profound impact that extends far beyond what you may realize. When you stand firm in your spiritual growth and navigate life as a one-person army, even in the face of opposition, you become a beacon of resilience and inspiration. This journey, filled with moments of isolation and self-reflection, pushes others to confront their own fears and rise above the chains that hold them back. Imagine this: a young entrepreneur who started from nothing, facing criticism and skepticism from everyone around them, yet persisted through countless sleepless nights to turn their vision into reality. Their dedication and belief in their abilities inspired an entire community to rethink what was possible, fostering courage in others to step outside their comfort zones and chase their own dreams. Now consider your own spiritual journey. How often have you faced challenges that seemed insurmountable, only to discover that your reliance on God and your inner strength carried you through? It's not just about defeating external forces. It's about breaking through internal limitations and leading others by example. When you choose to walk your path authentically, others see your determination and begin to question their self-imposed barriers. Are they truly incapable, or are they simply afraid to try? Your journey reminds them that transformation begins with a single step, and spirituality provides the foundation to sustain it. The story of your triumph becomes a story of their potential. They see you defeating the witches, whether those represent toxic relationships, societal expectations, or personal demons with faith as your armor. They see you thriving not because the journey was easy, but because you refused to give up, even when the odds were stacked against you. This realization forces them to reflect. What fears am I letting control my life? How can I step into my spiritual power and embrace my full potential? These questions linger in the minds of those who witness your journey, sparking a ripple effect of growth and empowerment. As you inspire others to trust in God and break free from their limitations, you embody the principle that the path of spirituality is not just about individual transformation. It's about lifting those around you. Your resilience challenges others to envision a world where fear no longer dictates their choices, and your independence encourages them to seek their inner power. The ultimate lesson here is that walking alone with purpose doesn't isolate you. It connects you deeply with others in ways that words cannot. Through your actions, you teach that strength and faith are contagious, and that true growth is achieved not in avoiding the storm, but in standing strong amidst it. If this message resonates with you, don't forget to like this video and share it with others. 9. The one-person army. Mindset. Have you ever wondered how true power can flow from just one person standing alone against what seems like insurmountable odds? Let me tell you something. Strength isn't found in numbers. It's found in faith, focus, and divine alignment. When you step into your power as a chosen one, fear begins to grip those who once underestimated you. This is because you carry a force that cannot be measured by the physical realm alone. Your energy is a spiritual weapon. Think about David standing before Goliath with nothing but a sling and a few stones. He didn't need an army, he only needed divine guidance and unshakable belief. In the same way, you have faced groups, even gangs, of adversaries, perhaps disguised as witches, manipulators, or those who wish to dim your light. Yet, here you are, victorious not because of overwhelming manpower, but because you embodied the mindset of a one-person army. What does it take to defeat those who conspire against you? It starts with eliminating distractions. Distractions come in many forms: doubt, fear, negativity, and even the opinions of others. When you rise above these, you make space for clarity and allow spiritual wisdom to lead your actions. By trusting in divine timing and acting decisively, you create a ripple effect that disrupts the plans of those who seek to harm you. Have you ever felt that your mere presence unnerves certain people? That's not by accident. Your spiritual light shines so brightly that it exposes their darkness, and this terrifies them. Eleanor Roosevelt once said, "No one can make you feel inferior without your consent." Similarly, No one can defeat you when you are aligned with divine purpose and refuse to hand over your power. The beauty of being a chosen one is that your strength doesn't rely on external validation. You've likely encountered people who operated in groups, thinking their collective energy would overpower you. But here's the truth. Their unity in darkness will always crumble before your alignment with the light. Have you noticed how, despite their numbers, they begin to self-destruct when faced with your unwavering faith? This is a testament to the spiritual wisdom you carry, wisdom that shows you how to rise above pettiness and embrace the higher path. But let me ask you this. What battles are you fighting today? And are you trusting your spiritual guidance to see you through them? Reflect on this, because your victory lies not in matching their methods, but in transcending them. Each challenge you face refines you, sharpening your focus and fortifying your faith. This is the one-person army mindset. It's about knowing that your strength isn't solitary. It's backed by divine forces working in your favor. Are you ready to trust this power within you? Remember, chosen ones aren't called to walk easy paths. They are called to create breakthroughs that shift the spiritual atmosphere. So the next time someone asks, "How did you manage to overcome such odds?" your answer will be simple. I didn't do it alone. I did it with faith, focus, and divine alignment. And if you feel inspired by this message, type, "I trust the process," as a way to affirm your strength, patience, and commitment to growth. Let's grow together. 10. Victories as testimonies. In every challenge, every storm, and every betrayal you've endured, there was a purpose far greater than the struggle itself. Each attack you faced, every opposition that rose against you, became an instrument of your refinement, shaping you into an indomitable warrior of light. These moments of triumph, even when the odds seemed insurmountable, stand as living testimonies of what it means to walk with divine purpose. Your victories weren't merely personal wins. They were manifestations of God's power working through you, designed to showcase the resilience, faith, and determination that come with a spiritual awakening. These victories speak louder than words, inspiring those around you to shed fear and rise above doubt, showing them that when they align with divine will, no force can stand against them. Relating this to modern life, consider how men today often battle unseen forces, whether it's societal pressures, internal insecurities, or even toxic influences that seek to derail their purpose. The battles you faced and won mirror this struggle, reminding you and others that true power lies in spiritual alignment. The group or gang of witches in this context represents any system or individual that operates out of manipulation, deceit, or fear, seeking to suppress your light. But through steadfastness, you've proven that with divine guidance, even a one-man army can topple entire forces of darkness. Every step of your journey through pain, triumph, and revelation serves as an example to those who are watching. They see your scars not as signs of defeat, but as emblems of courage, perseverance, and the undeniable truth that you've been chosen for a higher purpose. Your victories call others to reflect on their own spiritual battles, urging them to trust the process of their awakening and lean into their connection with God. In a world that often glorifies instant gratification and shortcuts, you are a living testament that true transformation and empowerment come through trials, faith, and unwavering commitment to a higher calling. As you move forward, recognize the responsibility that comes with this role. It's not just about defeating enemies or proving your strength. It's about showing others the way, being a beacon of hope and resilience, and demonstrating that when you align with the divine, fear has no place. Keep walking this path boldly, and let your life continue to be the testimony that inspires others to awaken to their own spiritual potential, stepping into their purpose with the same unstoppable force you now embody. Affirm this truth today. I am surrounded by those who are aligned with God's purpose for me. Let this affirmation guide you as you embrace the changes, trusting that every shift is part of God's plan to transform you inside and out. 11. Divine favor. Your enemies aren't afraid of you simply because of who you are. They're terrified because of the divine favor that surrounds you, a power far greater than anything they could ever muster. This isn't about arrogance or self-glorification. It's about a profound connection with spirituality that anchors your entire being. You are not alone in this battle, even when it feels like the odds are stacked against you. That quiet independence you carry, the way you walk into situations with calm assurance, is a sanctuary for God's guidance. It's a testament to your unshakable faith and spiritual growth, and it speaks louder than any words could. Think about those moments when people have underestimated you, only to be left speechless by your resilience and the outcomes you achieve. That's not just you, it's divine power working through you. Consider this story, a single mother of two faced constant adversity, not only from financial struggles, but from toxic individuals who seemed intent on undermining her. She didn't have a powerful circle of friends or resources at her disposal, yet she stood firm, prayed daily, and held on to her faith with an intensity that baffled those around her. Over time, she began to rise not through sheer force, but because her quiet strength and connection with her spiritual purpose attracted opportunities and blessings. Those who had sought to harm her or belittle her suddenly found themselves facing challenges of their own, while she moved forward, empowered by divine favor. What does this teach us? That spiritual growth isn't about seeking revenge or proving people wrong. It's about staying aligned with your purpose and letting your actions be a reflection of that inner light. Now take a moment to reflect. What battles are you fighting today, and how are you allowing divine guidance to lead you through them? Are you leaning into your spirituality when times get tough, or are you trying to handle it all on your own? There's a reason you've been chosen to carry this strength. It's because you are capable, and the divine power within you is greater than any opposition you might face. By embracing this, you show others that it's not brute force, but faith and spiritual alignment that lead to victory. As we conclude this journey together, remember the incredible truth revealed in this video. True strength lies not in numbers, but in the unwavering alignment of your spirit with divine purpose. You, the chosen ones, have demonstrated that faith and courage can overcome even the darkest forces. Now, it's your turn to inspire others to share your story in the comments below, not for praise, but to ignite hope in those who are still finding their path. Let your voice be the light that reminds others of what is possible when faith meets action. Together, we can uplift, empower, and build a world where divine strength shines through. How will you use your voice today? Let us know below. God isolates the chosen for 7 reasons that few understand. Have you ever heard the saying, sometimes God removes people from your life for your protection and doesn't run after them? This profound truth resonates deeply with today's topic. Welcome to spiritual wisdom. If you've ever felt isolated, as though the world around you is shifting and you're left standing alone, know this: you are not being forgotten, you are being chosen. Isolation can feel lonely, but it is often God's way of preparing you for something extraordinary. In this video, we'll uncover the 7 reasons why God isolates His chosen ones. As you watch, reflect on your own journey and share your experiences in the comments below. Let's create a community of encouragement and growth, because this message could be exactly what someone needs to hear today. Are you ready for this journey? Let's go together. 1. Reason. Why God isolates the chosen. To protect you. The first reason God isolates the chosen is to protect them, a profound truth often misunderstood. As human beings, we naturally seek connection, approval, and the warmth of companionship, desiring to be part of groups that seem appealing or meaningful. Yet what we fail to perceive, God sees with clarity and foresight. His divine wisdom penetrates the facades of people and places that appear harmless but harbor negative intentions or harmful energies. God, in His infinite understanding, distances you from environments that could corrode your faith, derail your purpose, or jeopardize your mental and emotional well-being. What may feel like rejection is often His way of saying the Kanda, this is not for you. I have something greater. This perspective changes how we interpret moments of separation, reframing them as acts of spiritual safeguarding rather than losses. Not everyone who enters your life does so with pure intentions. Often, danger wears the mask of friendship, and those who seem welcoming may be sent to plant seeds of doubt or insecurity, subtly diverting you from the path God has laid out for you. These negative influences, though camouflaged, can lead to confusion and weaken your spiritual resolve. In His divine mercy, God steps in to remove these distractions, even when we resist or fail to understand. That sudden distance from a person, group, or opportunity. It's not a coincidence. God is acting as your shield, sparing you from battles you're not meant to fight. Isolation, though painful, becomes a powerful tool for reflection and spiritual growth. When you're set apart, you're given the sacred space to reconnect with yourself and with God. This separation is not a punishment, but a preparation for a time for you to examine what truly matters in your life, and to discern the relationships and environments that nurture your spiritual awakening. Trusting in divine protection requires faith, especially when the reasons for certain separations remain unclear. But remember, the path God has for you is always purposeful, even if it feels lonely at times. Through isolation, God creates space for better things to come. When you let go of what He removes, you open yourself up to new opportunities, relationships, and environments that align with your highest calling. Think of it as pruning, temporarily cutting away what no longer serves you to allow the fruits of your spiritual journey to grow. In today's fast-paced, connected world, the temptation to cling to every connection or opportunity is strong. But discernment is key. Take a step back, reflect, and trust that God's plan is working out perfectly, even when it seems like He's keeping you in the dark. Let this time of isolation be a time of preparation for the abundance that is coming, knowing that God's every move is for your ultimate good. Boldly affirm it by commenting below, I am shining because the Spirit of God is within me. Let this be a daily reminder that you are walking in divine purpose, transformed from the inside out. 2. God is preparing you for something greater. The second reason why God isolates the chosen is profound. He is preparing you for something far greater than you can imagine. In His infinite wisdom, God often works behind the scenes, molding and refining you, so you're equipped to fulfill the unique purpose He has planned for your life. This preparation process is not always easy, but it is vital for your spiritual growth and the journey ahead. Think about David, one of the most well-known figures in biblical history. Though his victory over Goliath catapulted him into fame, his journey to the throne was anything but immediate or straightforward. He spent years in the wilderness, fleeing from Saul and navigating the challenges of leading difficult men. These trials were not punishments, but opportunities for God to refine his character, teach him resilience, and strengthen his faith. By the time David became king, he was not only a capable leader, but also a man deeply rooted in trust and reliance on God. You might feel like you're in a similar season of isolation, wondering why you are facing so many difficulties or why certain doors remain closed. It's natural to feel frustrated or even question the process. But what if this season is a divine workshop, where God is chiseling away at what no longer serves you and placing within you the qualities necessary for your mission? Think of a master sculptor working on a block of marble. The process of chiseling may seem harsh, but it is only through this effort that the masterpiece emerges. This same principle applies to your spiritual journey. The setbacks, challenges, and periods of waiting are all part of the preparation that will enable you to step confidently into your purpose. To bring this into a modern perspective, consider the story of someone like Oprah Winfrey. Before becoming a global icon, she faced a series of rejections, hardships, and personal struggles. Each challenge prepared her to not only achieve her dreams, but to inspire millions with her story of perseverance and faith. Her isolation and trials were not roadblocks, but stepping stones to something greater. Now, reflect on your own life. What challenges or seasons of waiting have you faced recently? Could they be part of God's way of preparing you for a higher calling? The key lesson here is to trust the process and embrace this season of growth. Instead of resisting the difficulties, lean into them, knowing they are shaping you into the person God created you to be. Spiritual growth often requires us to endure challenges that stretch our faith and strengthen our character. Remember, God is not just preparing you for a purpose, He is also preparing the purpose for you. Take comfort in the knowledge that nothing you're going through is wasted, and every step, no matter how difficult, is bringing you closer to the greatness you are destined for. So, what qualities is God refining in you right now? How can you use this time to deepen your faith and prepare for the incredible plans He has for your life? The answers to these questions may reveal the hidden treasures in this season of preparation. I would love to hear your thoughts on this. What is your perspective on the importance of this value? Share your insights and let's continue this conversation. 3. God is empowering you. God isolates the chosen ones to empower them, and this empowerment often begins in solitude. Have you noticed how isolation tends to come with challenges that push you to your limits? These challenges are not random. They are part of a divine plan to prepare and teach you. During these moments, you start discovering strengths and abilities you never knew existed within you. Think about the story of David, who before becoming king, was isolated and placed in situations that tested his character. Surrounded by men, society deemed outcasts those struggling with their own battles David was called to lead. This wasn't a task for the faint of heart. It required patience, understanding, and an unwavering sense of purpose. Through this process, David not only learned to navigate the complexities of human weaknesses, but also gained the spiritual wisdom needed to unify and guide his followers toward greatness. His isolation was his preparation. In the same way, when God isolates you, it's not to abandon you, it's to elevate you. Isolation becomes a sacred classroom where patience, resilience, and faith are honed. These qualities are essential for the leadership roles God has in store for you. As you face rejection, criticism, and even moments of self-doubt, you are being molded into a vessel capable of withstanding the pressures of your divine calling. He who has a reason to live can bear almost any how, said Friedrich Nietzsche, and your why is being revealed through this process. Have you ever considered that your current struggle might be the training ground for the greater mission ahead? Every trial, every quiet moment of loneliness, is designed to fortify your spirit and expand your wisdom so you can lead with grace and purpose. Ask yourself, how are you responding to this season of isolation? Are you resisting it, or are you leaning into the lessons God is teaching you? Remember, you are not just enduring these moments, you are being empowered. Like gold refined in fire, Your challenges are burning away the impurities of doubt and fear, leaving behind a resilient and purpose-driven spirit. As you emerge from this period, you will find yourself equipped with the tools needed to not only overcome future obstacles, but also inspire others to do the same. If this message resonates with you, don't forget to like this video and share it with others who might need these great values. Let's continue this conversation and go deeper into what these values really mean. 4 to 6. Character building, spiritual renewal, and clarity of purpose. Isolation, especially for men navigating the complexities of modern life, is a tool God uses to build character, renew your spirit, and give you clarity of purpose. Think of the 40 days Jesus spent fasting in the wilderness, not as a time of abandonment, but as a period of preparation for his divine mission. Just as Jesus drew strength from his solitude, so too does your isolation offer an opportunity for spiritual awakening and growth. In today's chaotic world filled with endless distractions, time alone can strip away the noise, allowing you to focus solely on your connection with God. This isn't just a pause, it's a recalibration of your soul, a sacred time to align with God's will and discover his purpose for you. When the demands of work, family, and societal expectations press heavily on your shoulders, it's easy to lose sight of who you are and what you're called to do. But in moments of solitude, God removes these distractions, creating space for spiritual discipline to take root, for your faith to deepen, and for your path to become clear. This clarity isn't just about making good decisions. It's about aligning every fiber of your being with God's divine plan. Character building is another layer of this journey. God uses isolation to refine you, like a craftsman shaping clay, or a blacksmith tempering steel. Every trial you face in solitude strengthens your resilience and sharpens your focus. It's in these quiet moments that you learn to rely on God's strength rather than your own, cultivating the spiritual discipline that sustains you in the face of life's storms. This process may feel uncomfortable, even painful, but it's necessary to prepare you for the great things God has in store. Spiritual renewal is also a cornerstone of this period of isolation. Just as a field needs time to rest before it can yield a bountiful harvest, your spirit requires seasons of stillness to rejuvenate and grow. In this sacred pause, you can lay down the burdens that weigh you down, the doubts that cloud your mind, and the fears that hold you back. God is not merely giving you rest. He is equipping you with the strength and clarity needed for the next chapter of your spiritual awakening. Clarity of purpose emerges as the ultimate gift of isolation. When you step away from the distractions of daily life, you begin to see the bigger picture, the divine tapestry that God is weaving with your life. This clarity empowers you to make decisions with confidence, knowing that they are rooted in God's wisdom and aligned with his plan. In modern life, where success is often measured by busyness and achievement, this clarity is a rare and precious gift. It allows you to move forward with intention, free from the noise and chaos that once clouded your vision. To all the men who are listening, take heart. If you find yourself in a time of isolation, don't fight it. Embrace it as a time of sacred preparation. Use it to develop spiritual discipline, to strengthen your relationship with God, and to gain the clarity and purpose you need to fulfill your calling. Remember, God isolates his chosen ones, not to punish them, but to prepare them for a destiny greater than they could ever imagine. Persevere, for your spiritual awakening is only just beginning, and the rewards of this journey will be worth every moment of solitude. Comment below, "I persevere," and let's continue this journey together. 7. To elevate you. The seventh and final reason God isolates his chosen ones is profound: to elevate them. Before God lifts someone to their destined place, he first hides them. This concealment is not punishment, but preparation, a sacred process to mold and shape his chosen vessels. Take the story of Joseph as a powerful example. His isolation began with betrayal by his brothers, being thrown into a pit, sold into slavery, and later imprisoned. Each hardship was not a setback, but a setup for something far greater. When God's appointed time arrived, Joseph was elevated to govern Egypt, saving countless lives and fulfilling a divine purpose. This pattern is not unique to Joseph. It's the same principle at work when God hides you today. If you feel unseen or undervalued, it might just be the clearest indication that God is preparing to reveal you to the world. Think about the moments in life where everything seemed to come to a standstill. Maybe you've experienced loneliness or felt like your talents and contributions went unnoticed. But in the quiet, away from distractions and validations, God works on your heart and spirit. This time of isolation is not about rejection, it's about refinement. God strengthens your faith, teaches you resilience, and prepares you for responsibilities that align with your spiritual growth and purpose. Just as a seed is planted in the dark soil before it sprouts into the sunlight, your hidden season is essential for your blossoming. Does this resonate with you? Can you see how these moments of quiet might be shaping you for something greater? Consider the life of a diamond. It starts as an unremarkable piece of carbon, buried deep within the earth, subjected to intense heat and pressure. But it is this process that transforms it into something precious and dazzling. Your spiritual growth works the same way God isolates and refines you to uncover the brilliance within. Let's connect this to modern life. Have you ever heard the story of a young entrepreneur who struggled in obscurity, working long hours in isolation while the world doubted them? Only later, when their work finally surfaced, did people recognize the years of preparation and perseverance that led to their success. This isn't just a story for entrepreneurs, it's a truth for anyone on a spiritual journey. Your hidden seasons are God's way of ensuring that when He elevates you, you will not just rise, you will thrive. The lesson here is clear. Don't let isolation discourage you. Instead, embrace it as an essential part of your journey. Trust that God is preparing you for something extraordinary. He is not only shaping your abilities, but also building the spiritual strength you will need for the challenges ahead. Let this time refine your character and deepen your connection with Him. Remember, God's timing is perfect, and when He reveals you to the world, it will be undeniable that He is the one who elevated you. So, let me ask you, how can you use this time of isolation to grow in faith and trust that your elevation is on the horizon? Stay patient, stay faithful, and know that your time is coming. The world will see what God has been preparing in you all along, and His plan will always exceed your expectations. As we conclude, remember that moments of isolation are not the end, but a crucial part of your journey. Trust in God's plan and know that He is preparing you for something greater. Embrace this season with faith and declare, "I am chosen." Let this truth guide you as you move forward with strength and confidence, knowing that God's promises will unfold in His perfect timing. Share in the comments how you've experienced God's guidance during challenging times. And don't forget to like and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom for more insights to inspire your journey. The best is yet to come. Chosen ones, shifting into a billionaire timeline. Only God has the key to your heart. The key to success is to focus on goals, not obstacles. Today, we're diving into a powerful truth that could redefine your life. You're not just dreaming of abundance, you're stepping into it. This is your billionaire timeline, chosen one. Wealth, purpose, and divine favor are converging, and the key to unlocking it all lies with God. Are you ready to embrace the shift and claim the blessings that have been waiting for you? Share in the comments. What dream are you ready to see unlocked in your life? Let's walk this journey together, one step closer to boundless abundance. Welcome to Spiritual Wisdom. 1. Shifting into a billionaire timeline. You are stepping into a divine billionaire timeline, a realm where wealth, influence, and spiritual purpose are woven together by divine orchestration. This shift is not merely about material possessions or accumulating financial success. It is about entering a higher dominion of spiritual abundance that flows from alignment with your Creator's plan for your life. Every move you make now is infused with purpose, and every opportunity before you is a testament to God's favor. True wealth begins in the spirit, with an awakened understanding that your prosperity is not just for you, but for uplifting others and fulfilling a greater mission. In this timeline, you must recognize that the key to your heart, the core of your spiritual essence, rests solely in God's hands. It is through this divine connection that clarity, strength, and direction will pour into your life, allowing you to make decisions that are not only wise, but transformative. The spiritual awakening you are experiencing now is a bridge between where you are and the life you are destined to lead. This awakening brings profound revelations. The realization that the journey toward financial freedom and influence begins with a heart surrendered to higher principles. The billionaire timeline is not a destination of selfish gain. It is a state of being where you understand that wealth serves a divine purpose. To fully step into this timeline, your focus must shift from fear and limitation to faith and gratitude. In a world obsessed with the hustle, your awakening calls you to operate from a place of peace, knowing that God's timing is perfect and His provision is unlimited. As you navigate this spiritual shift, you may notice resistance from others or even within yourself. Doubts may surface, old patterns may try to re-emerge, and the noise of the world may attempt to distract you. But remember, the path to a billionaire timeline requires you to stay aligned with your spiritual truth, to remain steadfast in your faith, and to trust in the process. Let the stories of those who have walked this path before you inspire you. They too faced challenges, yet their unwavering belief in their purpose allowed them to transcend obstacles and achieve greatness. Keep your heart open to the wisdom of God, for He is your ultimate guide in this journey. Modern life often tempts us to believe that wealth and success are achieved through relentless grinding or compromising our values. However, the billionaire timeline teaches a different truth. Spiritual wealth precedes material wealth. When you anchor yourself in God's promises and align your actions with His guidance, you unlock doors that no human effort alone could open. This is not about striving. It is about receiving, about moving with the flow of divine energy rather than resisting it. In this space, you will find that opportunities come effortlessly, relationships align harmoniously, and your purpose becomes undeniably clear. To fully embrace this shift, begin by nurturing your spiritual connection daily. Take time to pray, meditate, and reflect on the vision God has placed on your heart. Surround yourself with people who support and inspire you, and be vigilant in protecting your energy. Every decision you make should reflect the values of faith, integrity, and service. This is your billionaire timeline, a life that is not just about material success, but also about deep spiritual awakening and fulfillment. Step boldly into it, knowing that God has prepared you for this moment, and as you trust Him, the abundance that is meant for you will flow into every area of your life. Affirm this truth today. I am surrounded by people who align with God's purpose for me. Let this affirmation guide you as you embrace change, trusting that every change is part of God's plan to transform you from the inside out. Two, Divine DNA activation. Your spiritual journey is taking a transformative turn as your divine DNA begins to awaken. This isn't just a metaphor, it's a profound shift happening deep within your spirit, aligning you with God's higher frequency and unlocking the sacred codes embedded in your being. These codes, which have always been a part of you, hold the key to a life filled with abundance, purpose, and spiritual growth. You may notice that as this activation unfolds, old fears begin to dissolve, like chains breaking away from your soul. The limiting beliefs that once tethered you to scarcity, mediocrity, and doubt no longer hold power over you. This awakening is God's way of aligning you with your highest destiny, clearing the path for you to step into the divine abundance He has always intended for you. Think about the story of Sarah, a woman who lived most of her life believing she wasn't worthy of success. Every time she dreamed of achieving something greater, fear and self-doubt whispered that she wasn't enough. But one day, as she leaned into her spiritual practices, praying, meditating, and reading scripture, something shifted. She began to feel an inner nudge, a divine assurance that she was created for more. Over time, she realized that what she felt was her spiritual DNA activating, pulling her into alignment with God's plans for her life. Slowly, her fears melted away, and her perspective transformed. She started her own business, not for material gain, but as a way to fulfill her purpose of helping others. Today, Sarah credits her spiritual growth for the abundance she enjoys, not just in finances, but in love, peace, and fulfillment. Now let me ask you, what old fears or doubts are still holding you back from stepping into your purpose? Are you willing to trust that the spiritual changes happening within you are part of a divine plan? This awakening isn't about achieving worldly success alone. It's about understanding that your life is a reflection of your connection to God's energy. When you align with His frequency, your dreams, gifts, and goals naturally fall into place because you're operating from a space of divine truth. The lesson here is simple yet profound. God has already equipped you with everything you need to live a life of purpose and abundance. The activation of your divine DNA is an invitation to embrace your potential and let go of what no longer serves you. But remember, the key to this shift lies in your willingness to release fear and trust in the process. So, lean into this journey of spirituality, seek God's guidance, and remain open to the miracles that unfold. Growth is inevitable when you allow divine energy to flow freely within you. Take the first step today by asking yourself, what would my life look like if I fully trusted God's plan for me? The answers you find may be the breakthrough you've been waiting for. If this message resonates with you, don't forget to like this video and share it with others who might need these great values. Let's continue this conversation and go deeper into what these values really mean. 3. Alignment with God's will. Let me tell you something profound. Your heart is a sacred vault, and only God holds the key to unlocking its treasures. This isn't just a metaphor, it's a spiritual truth that shapes the very foundation of your life's purpose. Have you ever wondered why some paths feel blocked no matter how hard you try, while others seem to flow effortlessly? That's because the true measure of wealth, abundance, and fulfillment isn't found in external pursuits, but in aligning with God's divine will. The moment you shift your focus away from chasing material success for its own sake and instead commit to living in harmony with His purpose, everything begins to change. As Proverbs 3:5-6 reminds us, "Trust in the Lord with all your heart, and lean not on your own understanding. In all your ways submit to Him, and He will make your paths straight." You see, abundance flows naturally when your mission aligns with God's plan. It's not about hustling endlessly or bending over backward to meet worldly expectations. It's about opening yourself to spiritual wisdom and walking the path that has already been prepared for you. When you allow yourself to be guided by divine purpose, material success becomes not only achievable, but deeply meaningful. This isn't the kind of success that fades with time or leaves you feeling empty. It's the eternal kind, rooted in the joy of knowing you're living the life you were destined for. Have you ever paused to ask yourself, am I truly walking in alignment with God's will, or am I chasing what the world tells me to value? This is a powerful question that can shift your entire perspective. Imagine stepping into a billionaire timeline, not just in terms of money, but in spiritual riches, joy, and peace. True wealth is about more than finances. It's about the freedom to live authentically, to give generously, and to know that every step you take is divinely orchestrated. When you align your heart with God's plan, opportunities will open up in ways you never thought possible. Doors you didn't even know existed will begin to appear. But remember, these doors can only be unlocked by the key of faith, humility, and unwavering trust in the Creator's timing. As Ralph Waldo Emerson said, "The only person you are destined to become is the person you decide to be." I would love to hear your thoughts on this. What is your perspective on the importance of this value? Share your insights, and let's continue this conversation. 4. Wealth as a tool, not the goal. Wealth is neither inherently good nor evil. It's a tool, a neutral force that takes on the intention of the one wielding it. As you step into your spiritual awakening, understand that wealth aligned with divine purpose becomes a catalyst for profound transformation, both in your life and in the world around you. It's not the amount of money you possess, but the heart and vision guiding its use that determines its true value. When your wealth serves God's kingdom, it becomes an extension of His plan, empowering you to create ripples of positive change, provide for others, and amplify the goodness and grace He intends for this world. However, wealth misaligned with divine plans can lead to destruction, greed, and selfishness, pulling you further from your spiritual truth and purpose. This is why God keeps the key to your heart, ensuring that as His chosen one, your wealth serves a higher calling. In modern life, it's easy to fall into the trap of idolizing material success, but the spiritual journey teaches us that wealth is never the end goal. Instead, it is a resource entrusted to you for a reason. Think of it as a tool God has placed in your hands, not just to build your life, but to help others rise and to fulfill the unique mission He has carved out for you. If you focus on material gain without aligning it with the divine, you risk losing sight of the things that truly matter: love, purpose, connection, and faith. But when your wealth flows from a heart aligned with God's intentions, it becomes a testament to His blessings and your faithfulness, reinforcing your spiritual awakening and your role as one of His chosen. For men stepping into this transformative billionaire timeline, the challenge is to remain rooted in your values and spiritual principles. Remember, your worth is not determined by the number in your bank account, but by how you use those resources to fulfill your divine calling. Wealth should fuel generosity, create opportunities for others, and bring glory to God. When you shift your perspective, wealth no longer feels like a burden or a source of stress, but a gift that strengthens your spiritual foundation and deepens your impact on the world. To navigate this path wisely, ask yourself daily, how can my resources serve God's greater plan today? This question will help you maintain clarity and purpose in the midst of financial growth. And when challenges arise, trust that God's timing is perfect, for He alone holds the key to your heart and the blueprint for your success. Let your journey be one of humility, gratitude, and service, knowing that every step you take to align your wealth with your divine purpose unlocks not only material abundance, but also spiritual fulfillment, inner peace, and eternal joy. Keep the faith, choose one, because stepping into the timeline of these billionaires is not just about wealth, but about embracing your destiny with unwavering faith in God's plan. Comment below, "I choose to keep the faith," and let's continue this journey together. 5. Importance of surrender. When you surrender to God, you open the doors to a profound abundance that flows directly from the divine. This act of surrender isn't about giving up. It's about letting go of fear, control, and the scarcity mindset that can weigh you down. Think about it. How often do we cling to our plans, timelines, and expectations, only to feel frustrated when life takes a different turn? Trusting in God's divine timing requires bold faith, a kind of faith that reassures you even when the path ahead seems unclear. Imagine a young entrepreneur who, after years of struggling to control every aspect of their business, decided to trust their spiritual instincts and let go. As they surrendered their fears and allowed their spirituality to guide their decisions, opportunities began to align perfectly. The right partnerships emerged, financial growth followed, and their work began to serve a greater purpose beyond profit. This is what happens when you align your heart with God's plans and recognize that only He holds the key to the treasures meant for you. The journey of surrender demands obedience and a deep trust in the process, even when immediate results aren't visible. Spiritual growth often happens in the unseen moments when you choose faith over doubt and peace over panic. Have you ever experienced a moment when letting go of control brought unexpected blessings? It's in those moments that surrender allows God to move freely in your life. Picture someone who spent years chasing love and validation, only to feel unfulfilled until they surrendered their heartache to God. Once they released the need to control outcomes, they encountered a love that not only healed them, but also elevated their entire existence. Letting go doesn't mean you stop working toward your goals. It means you stop trying to micromanage the universe. God's timing is often different from ours, but it is always perfect. When you trust that your spiritual growth is part of a divine plan, you stop feeling like you're running out of time and start recognizing that every moment is preparing you for what's to come. Consider this. What blessings might you be blocking because you're holding on too tightly to how you think things should unfold? By surrendering, you allow space for greater things to happen beyond what you could imagine or plan for yourself. The key takeaway is this: surrendering to God is not a sign of weakness, but a testament to your strength and trust in a higher power. It frees you from the burdens of fear and scarcity and aligns your spirit with abundance and divine purpose. Remember, true spiritual growth comes when you let go of control, embrace bold faith, and trust that God's timing will always lead you to what is meant for you. So today, ask yourself, what can I surrender to God to make room for His blessings? The answer to that question could unlock the next chapter of your life. If this message resonates with you, don't forget to like this video and share it with others. 6. Vibrational alignment. Let me tell you something powerful. Chosen one. Your journey into the billionaire timeline begins with vibrational alignment, a principle rooted in spiritual wisdom and divine truth. Scarcity, that nagging feeling of lack, is not a reflection of your reality, but a construct of the mind. Think about it. How often do you allow doubts or fears to cloud the abundance already flowing around you? When you replace those thoughts with gratitude for what you have, faith in the divine plan, and a clear vision of where you're headed, your vibration begins to shift. As Albert Einstein once said, everything in life is vibration. By elevating your energy, you step into alignment with the resources, opportunities, and blessings that God has already set aside for you. You see, chosen ones don't operate on luck. They thrive on divine favor. This isn't about forcing outcomes, but about being in harmony with what the universe is already working to deliver. Imagine yourself as a magnet. What are you attracted to with your current mindset? Are you pulling in abundance, or are you stuck recycling scarcity? To shift into your billionaire timeline, you need to surround yourself with high-frequency connections, people, environments, and practices that uplift you and accelerate your purpose. Who are you spending your time with? Are they building your faith or draining your energy? Jim Rohn famously said, "You are the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with." So, who is in your inner circle? Ask yourself this. Are your thoughts, actions, and relationships aligned with the future you're manifesting? Remember, God holds the key to your heart, and only He can unlock the full potential of your destiny. But you must do your part by aligning with His divine frequency. This alignment isn't just about material wealth, it's about fulfilling your higher calling. When you vibrate at the frequency of gratitude and purpose, you're not just chasing wealth, you're living in abundance, creating a legacy, and walking in God's light. Take a moment to reflect. What shifts can you make today to elevate your energy and step closer to your purpose? Is it letting go of limiting beliefs, embracing a new level of faith, or reconnecting with your spiritual wisdom? The answers are already within you, waiting to be unlocked. As you align your vibration with the divine, you will find that doors you never imagined will open, and the resources you once dreamed of will come effortlessly into your life. After all, as Ralph Waldo Emerson said, "The only person you are destined to become is the person you decide to be." If this message speaks to you, take it a step further and share it with someone who might need this reminder. Together, we can build connections rooted in honesty and respect. 7. Partnerships and divine relationships. As you step into the divine role of a chosen one, moving toward a spiritual awakening and embracing a billionaire timeline, the relationships in your life take on a profound significance. Much like the partnership between Paul and Barnabas in the scriptures, the people you align with must resonate with your mission, your vision, and the values God has planted within you. These divine partnerships are not merely about companionship or collaboration, they're about synergy and impact. A spiritual partnership amplifies the energy, strength, and clarity required for fulfilling your God-given purpose. However, just as you're called to embrace the relationships that fuel your growth, you must also release those that hinder it. Stagnant connections. Those relationships that drain your energy, dilute your focus, or clash with your spiritual awakening must be let go to make space for the divine relationships God has prepared for you. This process isn't always easy, but it's necessary. Clinging to connections that no longer serve you is like trying to pour new wine into old wineskins. It simply won't work. In modern life, these divine partnerships might take the form of a business ally who shares your vision for creating value, a mentor who guides you with wisdom, or even a friend who consistently uplifts your spirit. These individuals are God's way of ensuring you don't walk this journey alone. Reflect on your current relationships. Are they helping you rise or holding you in place? The key is to recognize the difference between connections born of convenience and those ordained by divine purpose. The people you surround yourself with should mirror the qualities you aspire to cultivate: faith, resilience, wisdom, and alignment with higher principles. In this era of spiritual awakening, as you align with your true purpose and walk in abundance, the relationships around you must evolve in harmony with your calling. It's not just about letting go of people. It's about releasing old patterns and habits that are holding you back from relationships that are not meant for this stage of your journey. Trust that God, in His infinite wisdom, will bring people into your life for a season, a reason, or a lifetime. As you enter the billionaire timeline that God has prepared for you, every relationship must serve a higher purpose. So have faith and let God lead the way. See sacred relationships as tools to amplify your light and mission. Let them be mirrors of the greatness that God has placed within you. and never be afraid to let go of what no longer serves your purpose. Through faith and spiritual clarity, you hold the power to elevate your life to extraordinary heights, creating a legacy that resonates across timelines. Affirm it boldly. I am radiating God within me. Let this be a daily reminder that you are walking in divine purpose, transformed from the inside out. 9. Timelines and divine preparation. Every challenge you've faced, every delay you've endured, and every unexpected detour in your journey has been a divine setup, meticulously preparing you for the extraordinary abundance that God has planned for your life. Have you ever stopped to consider why certain doors seemed locked, no matter how hard you tried to open them? It's not rejection, it's preparation. God knows the weight of the blessings coming your way, and He is ensuring that you have the clarity, courage, and spiritual wisdom to carry it. As you shift into this billionaire timeline, understand that abundance is not just about wealth. It's about stepping into a higher version of yourself, aligning with your limitless potential, and recognizing that only God holds the key to your heart. After all, as Ralph Waldo Emerson once said, what lies behind us and what lies before us are tiny matters compared to what lies within us. Think about it. Are you ready to handle the abundance you've prayed for? Divine preparation means learning to trust the process, even when it feels like nothing is happening. When life seems stagnant or challenging, it's because you are being molded for something greater. God is clearing the clutter from your timeline, teaching you patience, resilience, and discernment. Higher timelines require a clear mind and a pure heart, and that's exactly what this season is shaping within you. Imagine being handed the keys to a vast treasure chest, but not knowing how to unlock it. That's what happens when blessings come prematurely. God ensures that when you receive your abundance, you'll not only know how to use it, but also how to multiply it and align it with His purpose for your life. What if the delays you've experienced weren't meant to frustrate you but to protect you? Think about the times you've been rerouted. Those weren't setbacks. They were setups for divine opportunities. The courage you're building now will be the foundation you stand on when faced with greater challenges and opportunities in your billionaire timeline. This is why unwavering faith is essential. Without it, you risk falling into fear, doubt, or even complacency when you are called to rise higher. Remember the words of Martin Luther King Jr. Faith is taking the first step, even when you don't see the whole staircase. Are you willing to trust God's plan, even when it doesn't align with your own timeline? As you walk this path, reflect on your current state of readiness. Are you holding on to past fears or limiting beliefs that could weigh you down in your new season? Higher timelines are not for the faint of heart. They require you to let go of old patterns and embrace the unknown with confidence. The divine abundance waiting for you isn't just financial. It's a holistic transformation that elevates your spiritual wisdom, relationships, and sense of purpose. Ask yourself, what areas of my life need refinement before I can fully embrace this higher timeline? The key to unlocking this shift lies in your ability to align with God's timing, not your own. It's about surrendering control and allowing His plans to unfold. Remember, only God holds the key to your heart. And with that key, He is opening doors you never even knew existed. The delays, detours, and challenges are all working together for your good. As Romans reminds us, and we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love Him, who have been called according to His purpose. So, what are you holding on to today that might be blocking you from stepping into your billionaire timeline? Reflect on this, and let God's divine preparation guide you to a life filled with limitless potential and spiritual wisdom. I would love to hear your thoughts on this. What is your perspective on the importance of this value? Share your insights, and let's continue this conversation. 8. Wealth as a mandate. Wealth, when entrusted to the chosen, is not merely an accumulation of riches or a display of indulgence. It is a sacred responsibility, a divine mandate to steward resources with purpose and intention. As a chosen one, shifting into a billionaire timeline is not about materialism or status. It's about embracing a spiritual growth journey where abundance becomes a tool for transformation. Think about how spiritual leaders and changemakers throughout history have used their influence and resources to uplift communities, support noble causes, and create lasting change. This same call resonates with you now. God has placed the key to your heart in His divine wisdom, and through your alignment with His plan, the doors to extraordinary abundance will open. But remember, wealth is not meant to serve ego or excess. It is meant to serve humanity. Imagine someone like Elon Musk, who may not openly discuss spirituality, but is driven by a vision that transcends mere profit. His wealth is a means to innovate, solve global challenges, and inspire countless others to think bigger. While your path may differ, the principle remains the same. Your blessings are tools for building, healing, and inspiring. The essence of divine abundance comes with a posture of humility and gratitude, recognizing that everything you receive is entrusted to you for a greater good. Have you considered what it means to align your goals and resources with God's intentions for your life? This alignment ensures that your spiritual growth keeps pace with your material growth, creating harmony between your inner purpose and outer actions. As you step into this timeline of abundance, ask yourself, how can I use my resources to make a difference? What legacy will I leave that reflects God's hand in my journey? These questions are not just reflective, but directive, guiding you to act with intention. Whether it's supporting education, fostering innovation, or simply being a source of light in your community, your wealth becomes a channel for divine influence. True abundance is not about the size of your bank account, but the magnitude of your impact. It's about living in alignment with spiritual principles, where gratitude fuels generosity and humility ensures your heart remains open to divine guidance. Ultimately, wealth is a responsibility, not a reward. It is a testament to your growth, faith, and readiness to rise to a higher purpose. When you see your blessings as part of God's bigger plan, you unlock a deeper understanding of spirituality, connecting your material success to eternal values. So, embrace this shift into abundance, not just with ambition, but with reverence, knowing that your journey is not just about wealth, but about wisdom, service, and love. Your legacy is being written with every choice you make to make it a story that inspires others to grow, give, and believe in the power of divine alignment. If this message resonates with you, don't forget to like this video and share it with others. 10. Walking in divine identity. You are not just another face in the crowd or another player in the game of life. You are chosen, handpicked by God Himself, set apart with a purpose that echoes throughout the universe. Your life has meaning, and your very existence carries the weight of divine intention. You are not here to blend into the background or settle for mediocrity. Instead, you've been called to walk boldly in your spiritual identity, embracing the abundance that God has already prepared for you. This abundance is not just about material wealth. It's a tool, a gift, a divine resource meant to transform lives, starting with your own and radiating outward to everyone you touch. You see, abundance is your inheritance, not as something you must beg for, but as something already written into the spiritual fabric of your destiny. Yet, so many of us have been conditioned to downplay our blessings, to shrink ourselves to make others comfortable, or even to apologize for the success we've been given. But hear this: walking in your divine identity requires courage. It's time to stop apologizing for what God has poured into your life. Every blessing, every opportunity, Every door that has opened for you is not an accident. It's part of your spiritual awakening, a calling to rise and lead with power and humility. This isn't about arrogance. It's about honoring the God who created you for greatness. When you walk boldly into your divine identity, you inspire others to do the same. Your confidence becomes a light, guiding others to see the possibilities within their own lives. Modern life often challenges us to conform, to fit into molds that don't serve our higher purpose. Whether it's societal expectations, past failures, or the fear of standing out, these things can keep us from stepping fully into the identity God has given us. But consider this. If you hide your blessings, you're not just robbing yourself of the joy of living fully, you're robbing the world of the impact you were designed to make. Your divine calling is not just for you. It's a ripple effect that touches everyone around you. The truth is, your abundance is a responsibility. It's a key that unlocks doors for others, showing them that they too can rise into their God-given purpose. In this billionaire timeline, where God is shifting you into realms of extraordinary possibility, it's vital to remember that only God holds the key to your heart. Wealth, success, and influence are empty pursuits without the spiritual grounding that comes from walking in alignment with His will. Your spiritual awakening is not just about achieving greatness. It's about walking humbly with God, knowing that every step you take is guided by His hand. When you embrace this, you become unstoppable, not because of your strength, but because of the divine power flowing through you. Let this be your reminder. You were chosen for this. You were set apart for this. It's time to stop shrinking and start walking boldly into your divine identity. Your spiritual journey is not just a personal one. It's a testimony, a beacon of hope for a world that desperately needs to see what's possible when a man fully steps into his calling. And if you feel inspired by this message, type, "I trust the process," as a way to affirm your strength, patience, and commitment to growth. Let's grow together. 11. Cosmic support and guidance. As you step into a billionaire timeline, guided by divine forces, it's important to understand that your spiritual growth is intricately linked to the cosmic support and guidance surrounding you. You are not navigating this journey alone. Forces beyond comprehension are aligning to catalyze the dormant spiritual codes within you, awakening parts of your soul you didn't even know existed. Have you ever noticed how certain events in your life feel too perfectly timed to be mere coincidence? This is the beauty of synchronicity and divine timing. Subtle whispers from the universe leading you closer to your highest purpose and ultimate fulfillment. Each step you take, no matter how insignificant it might seem, is a stitch in the grand tapestry of abundance being woven specifically for you. Let me share a story that highlights how divine alignment works in modern life. There was a young entrepreneur named Maya who had a dream of creating a sustainable fashion line. Struggling with self-doubt and a lack of resources, she nearly gave up. But one day, on a whim, she attended a local community event where she met a retired fashion executive who shared her vision for sustainable living. This meeting was no accident. It was synchronicity in action. That executive became her mentor, and within a year, Maya's brand gained international recognition. She later reflected on how every challenge and every unexpected encounter was divinely orchestrated, preparing her for this incredible success. Like Maya, you may not always understand why certain doors close or why certain people enter your life, but trust that every event is shaping you into someone capable of holding immense abundance. Ask yourself, how many moments in your life felt like perfect timing? Do you trust that these synchronicities are intentional, or do you brush them off as chance? The truth is, the universe communicates through these divine signals, offering you guidance when you're aligned with your spiritual purpose. When you surrender to this flow, allowing faith to guide you rather than fear, you'll notice how your path begins to clear and opportunities you never imagined unfold before you. Only God holds the key to your heart, and the blueprint of your destiny, and He unlocks it piece by piece as you grow in faith and wisdom. The lesson here is simple but profound. Embrace the divine timing in your life, no matter how mysterious or challenging it seems. Spiritual growth often requires patience, trust, and the willingness to follow guidance even when the path isn't clear. Stay open to the signs around you, from recurring numbers to chance encounters, because these are breadcrumbs from the universe leading you to your greatest calling. Remember, the more you lean into spirituality and trust the process, the more aligned you become with the life of abundance, purpose, and fulfillment that awaits you. So, stay attuned, stay grateful, and take inspired action, knowing you are divinely supported every step of the way. If this message resonates with you, don't forget to like this video and share it with others who might need these great values. Let's continue this conversation and go deeper into what these values really mean. 12. Responsibility and impact. Imagine standing on the brink of an extraordinary shift, where your life aligns with a billionaire timeline, a reality in which your abundance is no accident, but a divine calling. This is not just about wealth, it's about stepping into a life where spiritual wisdom guides every decision, and God's key unlocks the treasures of your heart. Let's reflect deeply on this. What does it mean to carry the responsibility of wealth in a way that honors God and leaves an eternal impact? Proverbs 3:9 says, "Honor the Lord with your wealth, with the first fruits of all your crops," while Deuteronomy 8:18 reminds us, "But remember the Lord your God, for it is He who gives you the ability to produce wealth." These verses aren't just sacred words, they are a roadmap for those chosen to steward immense resources for a higher purpose. You see, wealth isn't about personal glory or material excess. It's about building something far greater than yourself. It's about healing the broken, uplifting the downtrodden, and creating transformative change in the kingdom of God. Are you prepared to see wealth as a tool for good rather than a symbol of power? Think of how Andrew Carnegie once said, "Surplus wealth is a sacred trust, which its possessor is bound to administer in his lifetime for the good of the community." Like him, the spiritually wise understand that their abundance must serve a higher calling, a reflection of divine grace rather than self-centered ambition. Now ask yourself, if God is the giver of wealth, how do you ensure that your blessings align with His purpose? To be a chosen one in this context means your heart must be attuned to God's will. The key to unlocking your billionaire timeline lies not in chasing after riches, but in aligning your spiritual wisdom with your actions. When your intentions are pure and your heart seeks to glorify God, your wealth becomes a source of light in a world often clouded by darkness. Imagine the impact you could have not just on your own life, but on the lives of countless others. What if your resources were used to build schools, fund hospitals, or provide clean water to those in need? What if your investments empowered communities to rise above poverty and despair? True wealth isn't measured by the numbers in your bank account, but by the legacy you leave behind. As Martin Luther King Jr. once said, life's most persistent and urgent question is, what are you doing for others? So I ask you, how will you use your gifts to make a difference? How will you allow spiritual wisdom to guide your journey, ensuring that your success glorifies God and benefits humanity? Wealth is a responsibility, a sacred trust that God has placed in your hands. When you embrace this calling with humility and purpose, you not only unlock a billionaire timeline, but also the profound joy of living a life that truly matters. The question is not whether you are chosen, it's whether you're ready to rise to the occasion and become the steward of blessings that God intended you to be. What steps will you take today to honor this divine trust? 13. Activation and manifestation. Activation and manifestation are not abstract ideas. They are the powerful forces shaping your spiritual journey. When you step into alignment with your divine purpose, your DNA on a metaphysical level is activated, unlocking latent abilities and reshaping your thoughts and actions to align with God's higher plan for you. This is not a distant dream, but a reality where your spiritual awakening transforms how you see the world and your place within it. It's as if a divine key has been turned within you, allowing you to transcend the limits of fear and self-doubt that once held you back. The moment you release these chains, your mind opens to endless possibilities, and manifestation becomes the natural outcome of this new state of being. Imagine a man standing at the edge of a vast horizon, realizing that the constraints he once believed in were illusions created by fear and societal expectations. The billionaire timeline isn't just about financial abundance, but also about living in alignment with the higher calling that has always been within you. By activating your spiritual DNA, you unlock the courage, discipline, and vision to build a legacy not just for yourself, but for generations to come. This journey requires unwavering faith, for only God holds the key to your heart, and it is through Him that the path becomes clear. As you align your heart with divine wisdom, every step you take feels guided, every action purposeful, and every challenge surmountable. In today's world, distractions and limitations are everywhere. Social media, societal pressures, and self-doubt can cloud your vision, making you question whether you are truly chosen. But know this: when you embrace spiritual awakening, these distractions lose their grip. Your focus sharpens, and your energy aligns with the vibration of abundance and purpose. This transformation doesn't just happen overnight. It's a process of daily surrender and trust in a higher power that sees your potential far beyond what you currently comprehend. As you walk this path, you'll notice that doors you never thought possible begin to open. Relationships that once drained you fall away, and your inner circle is filled with people who uplift and inspire. The billionaire timeline isn't just about accumulating wealth, it's about embodying a mindset of abundance, clarity, and generosity. The spiritual alignment you achieve through awakening creates a ripple effect in every area of your life, from your health and relationships to your career and personal fulfillment. Imagine your energy field so charged with purpose that it attracts the right opportunities, mentors, and ideas effortlessly. But this requires you to stay grounded, to listen deeply to your intuition, and to act with integrity and courage. Modern life offers countless examples of people who've made this shift. Entrepreneurs, leaders, and visionaries who dared to believe in the divine purpose within them. They didn't stop at dreaming. They activated their spiritual DNA, stepped out of their comfort zones, and created lives that inspire millions. This is your moment to shift timelines, to step into the calling that has always been waiting for you. But remember, this is not a journey of striving alone. It's about aligning with God's plan, trusting His timing, and allowing the spiritual awakening within you to guide your every move. As you embrace this transformation, know that your purpose is not just about personal gain. It's about creating a legacy of impact, love, and faith that resonates far beyond your lifetime. Let go of fear, step boldly into your new timeline, and trust that the key to unlocking your heart's desires has always been in God's hands. Now is the time to claim it. If this message speaks to you, take it a step further and share it with someone who might need this reminder. Together, we can build connections rooted in honesty and respect. 14. Moving beyond scarcity. Scarcity is not just a condition of resources. It is a mindset, a cage built from fear, doubt, and the belief that there is never enough. Many people live trapped in this mental prison, constantly feeling the weight of not enough time, money, opportunities, or even love. But what if I told you that scarcity is a false narrative? It's an illusion designed to keep you from fully stepping into the abundant life God has already prepared for you. Spirituality teaches us that abundance is not earned, it is aligned. When you shift your focus from lack to gratitude, you start to unlock the power of spiritual growth and step into the truth that God is your ultimate provider. He holds the key to your heart, your destiny, and yes, even your billionaire timeline, not just in material wealth, but in purpose, fulfillment, and joy. Think about this. Have you ever noticed that people who focus on what they have, no matter how little, seem to radiate a kind of peace and happiness that money can't buy? That's because gratitude is a powerful tool that rewires your mind to see possibilities instead of limitations. When you operate from a place of gratitude, you invite divine favor into your life. One young entrepreneur shared a story about how they started a business with barely enough money to buy inventory. Instead of focusing on the lack, they decided to write down every small blessing they experienced each day, an unexpected order, a kind word, or even the simple ability to wake up and try again. Over time, those small blessings multiplied, doors opened, and what started as a side hustle grew into a thriving enterprise. This wasn't luck. It was a shift in mindset from scarcity to abundance, from fear to faith. Here's the question. What are you focusing on right now? Are you constantly worrying about what you don't have? Or are you taking the time to acknowledge the blessings that already surround you? The truth is, stepping into abundance requires trust in God's timing, trust in His plan, and trust that He has already equipped you with everything you need to succeed. Scarcity tells you to hoard and protect, but faith tells you to give, share, and trust. The more you release your fears and align yourself with gratitude, the more you will experience the flow of divine provision in your life. The lesson here is simple yet profound. Scarcity is a lie, and abundance is your birthright. To move beyond scarcity, you must reject the old beliefs that keep you chained to fear and embrace the truths rooted in God's provision. Faith and gratitude are not just abstract concepts, they are tools for transformation. When you start to live in alignment with divine truth, you'll find that abundance isn't something you chase, it's something you attract. So today, take a moment to pause and reflect. What are you holding on to that no longer serves your spiritual growth? How can you practice gratitude in a way that shifts your focus to the abundance already present in your life? Remember, God's plans for you are bigger than you can imagine, and the key to unlocking them is already within your heart. As you boldly step into your billionaire timeline, remember that abundance flows naturally when you trust God's plan and align with your divine purpose. This is your moment to lead, inspire, and make a meaningful impact on the world. Let your actions reflect the faith you hold in your heart, knowing that only God holds the key to unlock your true potential. What steps will you take today to embrace this shift and walk confidently in alignment with your purpose? Share your thoughts and experiences in the comments below, and don't forget to like and share this video to inspire others on their journey. Together, we rise.